And then I teach them. I mean, for those who are able to those who give room for hearing and give interest in studying the word of God, we share about sentiments.
But now I'll ask you a different question, because I think that has been people have misconception about religion and spirituality. People have misconception and spiritual support. So how do you address this misconception so that you are able to meet their help?
Thank you. Allow me to respond with military precision. Saying that some of the misconceptions about religion and spiritual support in health is that sometimes patients think that after prayer, one can stop medication. Sometimes there are people who believe that going to hospital or taking medication is a sign of lack of faith and trust in God. Another misconception are that traditional healers are better than modern science. Other misconceptions that patients have is that you have to be religious for you to be seen by a chaplain. Or my sickness is God who is punishing me. Or even a chaplain is for those who are or that chaplains are called in only to break bad news, as she said. Or chaplains will only be invited to me to make me more religious. So I don't want to have chaplains around me. For me now as a Christian, I can only probably, because we don't have time, let me say this. For those who think that going to the hospital or taking medication after prayer is unnecessary or is a sign of a lack of faith, we refer them, or I refer them to Jesus' life and ministry here on earth. And in Mark chapter 2, verse 17, our Lord Jesus said, "It is not the healthy who need a doctor, but it's the sick." He was in essence asserting the role and place of doctors and medicine. When we are taking theology, we say that theology is the queen of sciences. And medical practitioning is basically revelations of science. And therefore, medical discoveries are revelations of God's powerful creation. It is God who heals. It is God who reveals cures and endows doctors with knowledge, like he does to other professions like cooks and pilots. So when you downplay the role of the doctor, then it means that you may also not need a pilot. In John 9:7, Jesus told them, "Go wash in the pool of Siloam." And even in the Old Testament, we see Naaman who had leprosy being referred to River Jordan. And therefore, going where your healing can be found is by itself faith. Otherwise, for us, is to build confidence in the patient and arrange it and try to convince the patient, especially those patients who may think that after prayer they should not take medicine, or religious people have come because they are dying, just to encourage them that they are in hands of God and that we have just come to encourage them on their walk towards healing, and that eventually their healing rests with God, because doctors treat, but it is God who heals. I don't know whether I have addressed that adequately.
Yes, good to know that religion, this theology is the queen of science. We are discovering quite some new things, and I love the way you address the whole issue. Let's hear the same from Reverend Father Anthony.
it will be helpful for us to differentiate between religion and spirituality, because once it gets that, might appear as an exercise in splitting the hair, that it will be helpful. With spirituality, within that dynamic and intrinsic aspects through which a human being gives meaning, purpose, and transcendence, right? And religion is a human construct. It is how you conceptualize and now express that spirituality. So once we come to spirituality, and I love the input by Dr. Osho, actually an exercise in spirituality, the emphasis listening. And this clinician also pointed it out. You listen to the person, the questions that he or she has, the concerns that she has. Why am I here? What did I do wrong? What am I lacking? Has God abandoned me? You help that person in attending to those needs. And now there is a meaning that the person will give. And here we bring the belief. How will God be present? How will God help me in this struggle, in this suffering? So we come here, Dr. Rega said, listen to the spiritual needs of the patient, hearing what they're saying and what they are not saying. And that will be able to meet that at the point of their needs.
Thank you, Father. To Imam Abu Najma. As for 43 of the Kenyan Constitution, let me try to sound like I'm a lawyer. That every person has the right to highest attainable standard of health care services, including reproductive health care. So as healthcare providers, how can we navigate through the moral beliefs that they may affect the healthcare decisions, both to the individuals and their significant others? So I'm saying, as for three of Kenyan Constitution,
Yes.
Every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of healthcare services, which includes reproductive health care. How can healthcare providers navigate religious and moral beliefs that may affect healthcare decisions, both to them as individuals or their significant others, while at the same time guaranteeing this constitutional autonomy?
Yeah, one of the ways is through, for example, me being in the mosque, Friday lectures or Friday footballs, I try to address the rights and what is needed of me, and also as I visit the patients and also their visitors, we try to address that. We address that to them after us being communicated to us by the hospital, by the doctor. Yeah.
Thank you. One of the key and important to that article is being present and available. And not just being
when we investigate what the life means, you're dealing with spiritual issues. When Annie spoke about communication as being an important component, this is spiritual. And then Dr. also deals with the listening. We need to understand it before introducing the curriculum. Then we need also to use experience to help those in training to understand how you get into the world of patients, how you listen to the needs, how you listen to the hope and the resources that are patient. More importantly, this spirituality will not take off until you realize that spirituality calls for a relationship. You enter into the space the other person is opening up to you. So spirituality should not be restricted to hospital. Spirituality is what we exercise whenever we listen to another person from the heart. I believe if it's demystified, take it off from the religious protest, it will be easy for us to see spirituality actually is what we exercise there. And then see, we need to establish relationships which are meaningful. That I'm not listening to you in order to answer, but I'm listening to you in order to answer to the needs that you have. And once we have that kind of a relationship, then our relationships will become temples of healing. And our function will be healing because of listening to you. I think if we introduce that, it will be easy, that we need to practice it so that our integration.
Thinking about this probably the Kenya curriculum development give them some 5 bullet points on how to integrate the same. You brought it so well in terms of that we need to understand that spirituality is not just about religion.
Yeah, but I say this is not a theoretical thing that I've given you. Like, if you own it from practical things, it will be easy for us to now see. Yeah.
Let's give it to Imam Abu Najm to answer on the same.
Yeah.
So about the issue of spirituality and how to integrate it in curriculum of healthcare. Yes. So they're coming out of colleges, but they're able to embrace it.
I think here the most important thing is, as much as I think, is to understand that all religions, we have ways to take care of the sick. There is a Christian approach, there is Islamic approach. As Muslims, we have a literature, as Christians, we have their literature, and how to approach the whole of it. And Kenyan being a majority Muslim Christian community, I think when the Christians can get a perspective on the Muslim side, and us also we get a perspective on the Christian side, I think we can come up with a workable curriculum that can be accepted by all.
Very much. I would give that mic. Let's give that mic to the only lady on the podium. You Reverend essentially. You know you are around when the UoN go through Belgisha. Then how do we support these patients who are suffering through chronic illnesses that are life-changing, so that be able to give them hope?
Being available for them. You may not, the doctor will do his or her work, but you as a spiritual work, you can be there for them. Being there to listen to them, to listen to their experiences, how they are feeling, so that you can be able to help them to overcome the fear and the anxiety that they are experiencing at that moment. And then you can offer spiritual counseling. As you are handling beliefs, there are some beliefs I am cursed. You can assure them that this is not a curse, because suffering and diseases have been there since time immemorial. So you have to ensure them that there is a supernatural being who is God, who is there for them, and He is all powerful. There is a verse in Psalm 73, verse 26, which says, "My flesh and my heart faileth, but God is the strength of my heart and my portion forever." So you assure them that God is there for them, even though family members may be away from them, even though they are going through a very painful moment, God is there. And reassuring them that there is hope. Hope is not lost. There is hope beyond the sun. Thank you very much.
You brought it very well in terms of being there and of course giving them the hope that all is not lost.
Allow me also to say something very small about increasing some of these things. In handling cases. Some of us have already been trained. Now, helping patients make meaning in the midst of life-threatening and life-changing sicknesses. As my sister has said, I just want to say 2 points. It's good to see, as the doctor said, see the situation in the eye of the patient and try to understand where the patient is. And let the patient know that accepting our situation is a huge milestone towards our well-being, and worry only serve to worsen our already bad situation. That life belongs to God, and we are only stewards. We should not allow our minds to be worn out by what is in God's domain. And probably, finally, help them appreciate that no one is meant to live on this earth forever. At some point, all of us will die, and not necessarily because of sicknesses. Thank you.
As we wind up, so what structures should help facilitate put in place concerning spiritual?
That one I can just have the right professionals, the right place. From there you have the structure right. But there's something I want to add also, because it's a culture also that. But there's one thing I just want to bring out. And having the curriculum in our health system, curriculum regarding spirituality. Curriculum comes up with the professionals. If you have the right professionals, then you have the curriculum. Why am I saying this? When I came to Kenyatta, my first question was, will I utilize my knowledge as it could have been where I was? I thank God, because when I came, it was like opening for a different gap that I found. And through the research center, the research department, when the application for support was floated, this one just cutting, I needed to research on spirituality and health, the implications for holistic care at KNH. What has that revealed to me is the question which my friend has asked. We lack the curriculum. Not in our institutions, not only in the health institutions, but also in higher education system. It is not there. So what did I do? Through the little knowledge that I had on formulating curriculum, I came up with a tentative one. And I've just shared with one of the higher institutions. To my amazement is that that curriculum is nowhere, and they are preparing to pick it up. But I've just through the invitation to attend this forum. It is because sometimes you act out of not knowing, but when you know, you act correctly. When I found it, I found. So even as here we can pass through this because the course that I'm developing to come up with is a clinical chaplaincy and pastoral care. That is a course which is not for people with Ebola or pastors, but even myself and pastors, so that we can have a holistic care. If the chaplaincy is not there, the care is there to continue.
Thank you very much. I will not allow you to talk time, but I'm glad that you have come up with a curriculum. Now, we are coming to the so Father Anthony Wakani, this is not a question. 1 minute, give us your prediction. And your 1 minute.
We expect health where there is suffering. We expect inner peace where there is inner turmoil. We live in tension of powerlessness in face of suffering, but still proclaim the power of Jesus to heal.
There's a saying that says service to humanity is service to God. So I would like to encourage everyone to continue doing what you are doing because you are doing it for God and there's a reward for you.
Thank you very much. Just to appreciate that Benedict have acknowledged the place of spiritual well-being and the role of chaplaincy, and we are eternally grateful. We have for a long time been sidelined, and we want to thank God that it is coming out, that we have a role towards the complete healing of our patients. We are grateful for inviting us to be part of this discussion. Thank you very much.
1 minute.
Yes, mine is to our Prophet Muhammad told us that if you're not grateful to humans, you're not grateful to God. I would like to be grateful for the Kenyatta National Hospital for giving us a mosque, Islamic chaplaincy, the place where to watch our dead when they die, and all the opportunities that we have received here as Muslims. And I'm still new understanding the hospital environment, and every day we ask God to give us more knowledge.
I didn't know there was a Muslim chaplain.
Yes.
Learning it, I'm sure most of us need to know.
Yes.
But when I have an issue in Ward 4B, I can easily call you. I'll look here.
That's also very important because the guys over here, they've been like chaplains, I think Catholics for 23 years. Us Muslims is just 1.5 years, so there's still more we can learn. Yes, yes, my number is 0717 59 59 65, and my office is just adjacent to the mosque. You know, beside the Protestant chapel, second floor. Yes. So I'm always there. I work Sunday to Sunday. Since I'm the pioneer of Islamic chaplaincy, I work 24 hours, always available. You know, of the mostly. Even when I'm on leave, they usually call me some of the doctors. Kuna Muislamu amekufa, kuja usaidie.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. My starting shot is pure, not care, has been preoccupied by medicine. Cure and not care has been preoccupied by medicine or medical care. We need to include both physical healing, mental healing, and spiritual healing. That is the time you'll be clearing holistically and you reach our patients accordingly.
I think we can do better than that. Let's give them a good Thank you very much, Reverend John Weka, Imam Abu Najma, I must say Major General, Major Reverend James Kanyumon. How many of us knew that there was a major who is? Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, but we thank God. And all of you did, Father Anthony Wakani and Reverend Joyce Kioko from Kenya Prison Service. Thank you for a wonderful sharing. You have really enlightened us on so many things in matters spirituality, and I thank you, all of you, for bringing it out, that difference between spirituality and matters religion. And we are better now than we came. Otherwise, thank you very much. You can now take your photo. All right. Sorry. Okay, good. Is that open mic? Yeah. Okay, I stand guided. Because of time, we will take two questions. Are there two very valuable questions? There's a question behind there. Okay. Now, you know now, because I have the mic, I will decide, because I only need two. So I need a lady, Good. Yes, just come. Thank you. We will ask the next party, the next question. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is KM Jero Nakuru. Just my question is a bit complex. In matters of faith, religion, and divinity, in society, sometimes we fail to critique that issue. And I also want to thank you for the chaplaincy, the work that you're doing. But outside the institution, in our society, that we've seen a lot of things that are happening. You see that religious leaders driving people away from healthcare and medication, and sometimes we fail to critique those issues. Personally, I've had that experience, that a patient who is a member of a particular following has come for in a clinic, wants to have a negative result, possibly for HIV, but there is a person who has been on medication for a very long time, and then it has been instructed to get a negative result. Yeah? So my question is, do you see two perspectives, regulation or legislation?
Mine is to thank the organizer, the Ministry of Health, the National Hospital, University, and I want also to really acknowledge our spiritual leaders and I thank also all the participants who are here. I stand here because I want to really thank the management, and I was thinking, is it and thought of me to really attend the course as a nutritionist, because every other time I attend a session, and in this world is about cancer. And I am here to stand, because most of the time people are rest. And as you talk about cancer, I'm a cancer survivor. The year was 2007, when I was diagnosed with the adenocarcinoma of the colon. And that particular disease had also killed my mother 3 years down the line. And I would really say that when Kenyans, we talk of being Christians, I would really acknowledge our leaders who really talked about spirituality, and it is a very key aspect in the management of a patient, regardless of the affiliated religion, because there is one concept that we miss. I am here to tell you that in that 2007, I had worked with Anne Kirema. And so there are witnesses as to who saw me when I was diagnosed with cancer. And I was admitted in 10B, in room 6. I stayed there for 1 month, then I was taken to Nairobi Hospital for surgery. And when I was going for surgery, I remember telling God to give me all my sins. And if I come, if it is your will for me to live, let me live. And if I die, let me die in you. Now, cancer is very scary, and it is a key aspect, any disease. But I am just, okay, so my question is, okay, what I was saying is rather a compliment, because some of us talk about a patient, but some of us have been patients. So sometimes our experience in the management is very key, because it's very different from when you talk about a patient and you've not have been a patient, and also in the cancer management. What is it? The Lorna you are seeing here, many people, I was not their friend, even my doctors, because I declined chemotherapy. And up to today, no chemo, no radiation. I only underwent surgery that removed the ascending colon, half of the transverse, and the 3 centimeters down the line. I was to undertake 3 chemos in a week, but I declined and I said, I'm talking to God. And in that, I really acknowledge nurses and I respect them in this hospital, because one of them saved my life. Andy Shui came to my house and said, Lorna, you are just ignorant, but if you go back to the book, what it says, the Bible, then you can get cured. I am telling you, up to today, even my children know I take medication called Christ. The word written in the Bible is so true, and we are religious Kenyans if we can only obey what the Bible says. I want you to imagine Adam being created a full human being. He was not a child. He was given blood by God, given every ability by God. And that is why we are here, and many witnesses, even in the media, that Dr. Lorraine Day lived from cancer to non-cancer. It is possible, and the Lord gives.
Compliment. I think I can give a lady. A lady was, but I didn't. Where is Yamane? Yamane was around. Yamane metoka. Maybe I can.
The question.
Yeah.
Watch your one. I'll meet the whole
From Madare Hospital.
And let's have the future leader. Why would someone give conditions if you are called by patients from a different organization, for him or her, then you tell him or her, you should first get paid for me to pay for you, or you should first get time to be a Muslim so that I can have my prayer.
Thank you. Who wants to go? I have two questions. Let's start with
Yes, because she mentioned a Muslim, that you have to be a Muslim in order for me to pray for you. I think those who say that they are not learned in Islam, they are ignorant. But basically, as a scholar of Quran, Arabic studies, and Islamic studies, all prophets of God, including Jesus, Moses, Abraham, and everyone else, they used to pray for all humanity. They never distinguish between believers and unbelievers. And we believe that God responds to all prayers. That is why the Buddhists, the Hindus, if they pray to God with sincerity according to the Quran, God will always answer their prayers. So I think those are ignorant people who differentiate between religions when it comes to praying for people.
Thank you. I think that question has been answered well. Yes, of time. No, Reverend Weber. Thank you. You didn't say your name. There was from Nakuru. Alfred, yes. He talked about yes, regulation and I can try. You're quite fast.
There's a call, it's a national debate going on on how to handle this looming denominations, and we encounter such patients, especially when they have to make an advanced decision. Historically, will never inhibit any desire to be treated, but regulating them may be helpful to a certain extent. The Bible says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. We need to be empowered. We need to know when a certain pastor or father for certain matter that tells you not to do this, and it's not helpful for you. We just be informed. So, really, we may try regulating, but danger of telling our people to be informed and to seek the Lord what the pastor is saying, especially when it comes to the head. Amen? A quick one to our mom, Dr. Robin, that was one. We are sustained and comforted when we hear people giving testimony. We are edified in knowing that Jesus God
all right, thank you. Allow me to encourage you to answer our question because of time. We are different, right? Thank you. Now, I want to give this mic back to Dr. Joy. You take it from there. Thank you. Before I give it, I have been your host towards hobby. We deal with patients with cardiothoracic issues. Please, if you have a patient of that nature, come here. We will help you out. Have a nice day.
That was good, wasn't it? Yeah, I think sit down and then can you something in your time and offering from your experience, your practitioners would have come here and tried to figure out something before because of what you are able to bring it to life, and then also help us know what resources we have. We've learned many new things, haven't we? Yes. Yeah. So thank you very much, and so we will allow you to speak. We're starting with Father Wega, Reverend Wega. Reverend Wega, as the Imam for a photograph. So this is Reverend Wega, and that is Imam Abdi Batif, and then we have Major. It will take a while, but we truly appreciate it.
Yes. And as we do that, we'll be going shortly to the opening ceremony. And then now I know. The name, so I'm not confused because Father is fairly new, but yeah, thank you very much. We've enjoyed. This is time to confuse the name. Well, ladies, thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much, Father. Karibu KNH. Joanne, Dr. Joanne. Wait, I'm forgetting. Your time? Okay, so we all protocols of that. We have our leadership with us, the CEO, and we also have the board representative, who's the board chair, to Mr. Kihuga, and representative of the DNS, Muse Christie, and our board chair representative, and also a board member, the principal, now is called Associate Dean, College of Health Sciences, Professor Sanju. We are glad that you've taken time to come and be with us. And because of some time limits, we will do this before going to our keynote speech, which is already loaded. So we'll have the opening ceremony, just to know that we have the blessing of the institution. And so we are glad that we invited you and you came. Amongst us, in case I mention your group, you just lift up your hand. So our chief guest, Professor Sanju, we have your people here. The University of Nairobi, Faculty of Health Sciences. Do you have any? I think some registrars. You are here. University of Nairobi? Yes, there's somebody there. And those are doctors, even who spoke here. And we have Cambridge. Do you have anybody from Cambridge? And some are online. We have clinical officers council, Kenya Prison, or they're all online, Kenya Prison. Thank you so much for being with us, Kenya Prison. Then we have Catholic University of East Africa, represented, maybe the virtual, AIC Kijabe. Yes, they're here in a big way. I have some concessions. I have relationships with AIC Kijabe. Then University of Nairobi, Kilifi. Then there is Madare Referral Hospital, the Madare Mental Hospital. Great representation, asante sana. Then we have the pharmaceutical, the healthcare pharmaceutical, Population Service Council. Then the Cancer Survivors Association. Are they online? Yes, Cancer Survivors Association, thank you very much. Then we clap for all of you together. Then we have Mission of Hope, Coptic Hospital. Great. Then we have in around the Kids Hospital. Maybe virtual. Oh, this is Emuria Kids Hospital. Then Unity. Maybe they are virtual. More universities. Any group that I have not mentioned here that is not KNH. Any groups or persons that is? Yes, KTRH, thank you very much. And I think even Dr. Jones is coming. Great, very good. Nairobi City County, great support. Then at the back. Yes. Forces Memorial. Thank you, Sana Kuja Major General. You have Mwai Kibaki Hospital. Yes, our baby is okay. Mwai Kibaki Hospital. Great, they are represented. Then Ozaya. Ozaya, that is Mama Margaret. Yes, Mama Margaret. Mama Margaret Uhuru? Yeah, they are represented here. That's the rest of the mother institution. KNH, main, yeah, great. And then there's a special for the host, SCQ. Yes, that is healthcare policy. Then you have KNH research, our landlord. Where are they? They are all over. And so, chief guests, those are the people who are here, and some are virtual. They've not been able to raise their hand, but we're glad that we made a feast. This is actually a feast, and people came, and that we are learning. Our hope is to create a community of practice, people who can share evidence, practice about patient center, because it's fairly new. It's a big thing in quality of care, but emphasis has not been done as much as it deserves. And so we're glad that we're able to have this session. So I will have some people make some few remarks. We will start with the representative of the DNS, then coming to our CEO, and then the CEO representative will invite the chief guest. So, Madam Christine, you say, welcome for your few short remarks.
I wish to appreciate every person that has come this morning. Our DNS is away doing some work outside the hospital, and therefore I give you my greeting. We spoke this morning, and she will not be able to join us. She will not finish what she's been doing this week. But I want to put forth a few comments. That patient care is our baby in Kenyatta National Hospital, and the nursing fraternity is in the center of implementing patient-centered care. We are committed to patient safety, and as you've seen the slogan in our symposium today, we are learning to cause the patient to be the center of the communication, the center of the plan, the center of the implementation, even to the extent of going home. And if they don't go home to the level of sending them to the next world, as we have heard from the spiritual leaders. Kenyatta National Hospital, we are committed to care, C to C, that is our philosophy. C to C, committed to care. Right now we are reviewing our strategic plan. That's why some of our managers are not here. And patient-centered care. The experience of the patient has been at the apex of our care. We are very careful about the quality of nurses that we get in Kenyatta National Hospital. At the entry point, we develop them if they have any gaps, and we also support to supervise them so that we are talking the same language. And because we know there's likely to be some gaps here and there because of human factors, we also give an opportunity for the patient to give us a feedback, because things can happen when you're not there, or things can happen because of lack of knowledge. When we get that feedback, then we don't stop there. We come up with the recommendations and ways to improve our care, our nursing care and health care better. Identification of patients has been our centerpiece, and we are getting here better with this as part of our patient safety. And we do audits on this. We are getting better every day. Effective communication has been tackled. We have lessons that we can pick this morning, especially learning with our hearts. We need to learn that. Learning to hear the spiritual need, learning to hear the physical need, and learning to hear that which has been spoken. it is not easy to listen. And that is another aspect that we are picking this morning. And we are being reminded that we need to listen and listen and listen. One of the gaps that there is in the world today, people are talking and hardly anyone is listening. Our challenge in this symposium is that we get to a point when we begin to listen again and make our listening even better. The other thing that I want to touch on is doing the right procedures at the right time, right not in the eye of the patient and the caregiver who has a voice. Because sometimes you're not dealing with an adult patient, you're dealing with a baby, you're dealing with a child. So the next of kin, the significant other, comes in a great deal. Infection prevention, we've been centering on that also. And for us, it's a continuous
recording business. In progress.
It is a continuous business. It is a continuous
sorry about that. So for us, it's a one-time affair. It's a continuous focus. And sometimes we say the sky is limiting because we want to head up there so that we get better and better. Our catchment of the patient is quite large. And sometimes when you talk about infection prevention, we are limited in many ways because of the crowding, but we continue to do what we can and get better every single day. Having said that, Dr. who is going to speak to us next, he is very keen on financing all these aspects that we are talking about. Today he's wearing a different shoe, but when it comes to finances, he's very keen on looking at our strategic plan, looking at our strategies, seeing what the client is saying, see what the feedback that we are getting, and he's very keen on financing the issues that we have at hand. And at this time, I want to congratulate you all for what you are doing at your level. As an individual, what you're doing is very vital. Do not become lax about that. Indeed, look for ways of getting better. As a team where you work, probably you're in a ward, probably you're in a certain committee, whatever group that you belong to, whatever team that you belong to, make sure that your team is felt by the patient. If what you're doing as a team is not going down to the patient level, then there's a gap somewhere. And we need to ask ourselves what the missing link is and connect that link to the patient, whatever we do at whatever level. At this time, I also want to say the multidisciplinary team, like we are here, the multidisciplinary team role is very important. And the world over, they are looking for ways that the multidisciplinary team can move in the same direction without stepping on each other's toes. And even when they step on each other's toes, we want to ask them to sort it within themselves so that the patient doesn't feel it. You sort it within yourself so that it doesn't spill over to the patient. So may I congratulate you for what you're doing. And at this point, I want you to speak to the person next to you and tell them congratulations.
patient-centered. That the focus should not be on us. We know what we're supposed to do, but what is the impact on that person? So you could be the one on the bedside, or you could be at the back of it, but all of us, our focus should just be the patient. So I've felt the impact of what Dr. keeps telling me and keeps teaching us all the time. We need to think even how far does the patient walk, or even the relative, the distance that the people walk. Yeah, how much information do they know about what you're doing? Many of them come here without, they see very sophisticated equipment. Do they know what they are? Do you take time? And I think we've learned a lot at that. We are seeing the transformation, and we are grateful. As a hospital, we continue to give you our commitment that as long as the patient is well attended, the outcome will certainly be good. So we are grateful, and I asked the CEO, what should I say? You have the speech. You say the chief guest is there, your job is to welcome them. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor, to say thank you very much, Professor, actually in the board of management for KNH. He's there for the tallest, isn't it? And it's my pleasure, therefore, to welcome Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We always have a speech ready. The call the on. So, the directors of KNH, the CEO here presented, and senior colleagues. I see Dr. Munyoro, not me, all I know, but I think here. And all the chaplains who are here, the ministers, I had the strength, who taught us quite a bit about spiritual care and giving us those insights. All the doctors, nurses, pharmacists, the healthcare team, all the patients who were here, all the representatives of the partner organizations who read out, quite a number, like so more than 10 students were here. I saw there was a registrar, hopefully a number are also online. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. So my name is George Sanjo. I actually came as Dean Faculty of Health Science, but I'm also a member of the board, and therefore I will step in for my colleagues. And I'm very pleased to be here this morning with you and to be part of the opening of this symposium on patient and family-centered care. At the University of Nairobi, this is actually significant because we are having a series of events this week, starting from today and culminating to next Friday 7th, which is the World Health Day. And so we are marking the week with a number of activities. The theme for this year's World Health Day is health for all. And the activities this week focus on areas of specific health concerns. I'm therefore very excited that the team led by Dr. Troy put together this very important event on patient and family-centered care to reflect on how we can improve and strengthen the quality of the healthcare system. As a board, we know a lot of effort is being put by KNH, as has been said by Madam Buse, the nurses, are working. The palliative care team here, they're empowering patients in decision making. We know the guidelines team are now incorporate patients when they are doing treatment guidelines. However, there's quite a lot more that's being done, and it needs to be done as well. As patient-centered care includes services that are focused and organized around the health needs and expectations of individuals, the families, and the communities. We know, of course, and I've seen the program in some places written patient and others person-centered care. You know, we are usually excited about that person because in Africa, as you know, a person is not the one person. Come with a family, you come with a community, you come with a culture, you come with a religion and spirituality, all of that package in a person, and the healthcare services must be responsive to the needs and the expectations of those persons, their families, the communities, in the cultural context which they are in. And this view is also gaining ground, it's not just in the healthcare system, but also outside the healthcare system. I know currently there's a movement, for example, by some courts, to change. You know, previously there's been this standard, the well-known standard that has been held in the court, that if you want to measure the standard of care that a doctor is exercising, if they are, for example, before a court, then the measure is how the other doctors will do it. And if they did it in a similar standard, and they say, yes, that is okay. But the courts and other advocates are moving away from that. They want to be calibrated and say, maybe you need to take also into account the expectations of the patient in this equation. Not only what the doctors will have thought about, not what the nurse, not what the other healthcare providers will have thought about this level of care, but what was the view, what was the expectation of the patient. And so we are living in, you know, a changing environment, and in this changing environment, we are also increasing on empowering people. Even our constitution, I had we've been quoted here, and they always say Article 1 talks about, you know, the people are sovereign, the person is sovereign, the self-autonomy, we know in healthcare what that is, you know, self-governed, and those therefore also coming into the healthcare system, and this evolving, changing landscape affords us opportunity which we can explore as those of us who are engaged in healthcare to reflect and adjust our healthcare systems to respond to the individual, families, community, in the context of our culture. So I hope that this symposium will come up with new ideas, and I've already had some of those great ideas. I was impressed, you know, we like curriculum from the university, that, you know, the minister also have some draft curriculum. We'll be happy to review it and pick it and give it to my team. I know Professor Anwat is listed here. She's the head of my curriculum, and therefore when she comes, will be given to her to be able to mainstream also as we train the next healthcare providers. I know with the ideas we have, we can help integrate person-centered care in our clinical care, teaching, as well as research, and also even incorporate those ideas in our next national health agenda, so that our thinking and our approach, whenever we are thinking of attainment of those national health goals, including universal health coverage, you are saying how is the patient and family-centered care impacting on those policies. And so I see it as a win-win for all, for, you know, patients as well as healthcare providers. We don't need to see that here there's a battle between us and the patients and their families, but we can both win when we have recalibrate this focus. I also hope that this symposium will also generate ideas on how you do in the agenda. I don't see how we do monitoring and evaluation of some of these things that we'll discuss. And personally, I see this as not a one-off event, but as a series of events that will eventually culminate into mainstreaming of of patient-centered care in all our health agenda. So as a board, we are committed, as the CEO said, this is in the strategic plan. The board is committed supporting this journey, and I hope you will be able to share your reflections with us at the end of this symposium. With those few remarks, I would like to declare this symposium officially open.
Thank you very much, Professor. We are honored to have you and have the academia be cognizant of the changing landscape in healthcare. And we are truly glad for the kind remarks you've made. As we have our keynote speakers come, I think we will appreciate our guests who have enabled us to have this opening ceremony happen, and actually opening the meeting, meaning it is important, it is marked in the landscape of KNH and College of Health Sciences that this has happened. And so our deliberations will give ideas, as Professor has said. Thank you very much. So,
We didn't expect. Come here for the photo. You didn't expect anything.
Which one for the chief? Thank you very much, Robert. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we can have the CEO. It's not more than 20,000. Then we can come to Adina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. We can give a round of applause. As the slides are being loaded, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. He's a friend of KNH. That is Dr. Mudia is a pediatrician, works in private practice in a Nairobi hospital, but they are doing some landmark work in Kenya related to safety and patient-centered medicine and way. That is, they belong to the Bioethics Society of Kenya. Have you heard of Bioethics Society of Kenya? And so we truly appreciate the society, and you're welcome, Dr. Mudia, to proceed and share with us some highlights.
and for the health professional, that person is a patient. And we say that person is a patient because the healthcare professional patient relationship starts then, even with even for that person who is not ill. So the patient is that person seeking help, whether or not they are ill, and the various types of services, not only when you are sick. We tend to focus on the fact that that person who is sick is a patient. No, even that person seeking healthcare services but is not sick is a patient. So when your patient gets well, they don't cease to be a patient. As you continue to monitor them, and as we have had some of the illnesses, the number of illnesses, the care is lifelong. And part of that time when that lifelong care is when they are well, when they are not sick. And I would also like to say that the patient is you and me. We were shown here pictures, and we have seen in person here who patients are. We had a doctor who has testified here about her illness. We saw the picture of a former cabinet secretary who was a patient. In our hospital, our former president has been a patient. Our cabinet secretaries are patients there. So the patient is you and I. It may be the cabinet secretary, it may be the beggar on the street, but those are the patients. The patient is you and I. Now, in the healthcare profession, we tend to refer to patients as others. And in fact, even here, when we talk about patients, you'll get the impression that we are the healthcare professionals and the patients are others. But we need to look at from the point of view that the patient is us. Okay? Each one of us here has been a patient, or is a patient, or will be a patient. There are very few people in life who will go through all life without being a patient. But as we say, you may be a patient and you're not sick because you're seeking on how to maintain your health. You may be coming for just a general health check. So if we view the patient from the point of view that it is us, rather than from as a health profession that it is them. So the patient, we should think about as us. And when you think about a patient as us, then the slogan that we have today becomes very appropriate. Yes. Then we are talking about that there should be nothing about us without us. And if you see it from that particular point of view, as we go on in this symposium, you'll find that most of what we are saying starts to make sense because you're the patient is. Now let's think about what we mean by the voice of the patient. It has been said, I think we would like to say is to quote one author who says that, put simply, the voice of the patient refers to the opinion and experiences of your patient and how these views inform medical treatment they receive. End of quote. That is one author who has defined patient engagement, patient's voice as such. But I would like to state that it goes further than that. The patient's voice goes further than that. The voice of the patient should inform not only the treatment of the individual patient, but that of the healthcare system from a global perspective to a national perspective to the institutional level.
So we should be hearing the voice of the patient at the international and the global level. We should be hearing the voice of the patient at the national level, because that's where policies are set, regulations are set, and even laws are set, and even the constitution is set that governs what happens when the patient is directly with you. And some of the questions were answered here. So we should be thinking about the voice of the patient right from the global level to the national level. Speak or inform the healthcare system that serves the patient. This voice of the patient, as Professor Sanjay has said, is also in research. When you go into research in research institutions, there is also emphasis that the voice of there we call them participants, the voice of the participants should be heard, should be taken into account, and that is of importance as well. The focus of today's symposium is at the patient level and the care that the patient receives, and we appreciate that. But as we have said, that at the global level, for example, when the WHO makes policies, they should listen to the patient's voices. When the Minister of Health makes policies, they should be listening to the voice of the patient. And when the institutions like Kenyatta National Hospital make policies, they should take into account the voice of the patient. But now at the patient level, those healthcare professionals who take care of the patient directly, like myself, okay, my daily work is mothers and fathers and children and taking care of them. I deal with them directly. At that level, the voice of the patient is also very important. But there is another aspect that the professor mentioned, which is very important in defining who the patient is and defining the voice of the patient. We know that we are a communal society, and the professor put it very well, better than I could put. We live in communities, we live in families, we have relatives, we have friends, and in our system, the voice of the patient needs to take into account the voice of those significant people in the person's life. We know that in the healthcare that we learn, the Western model particularly, it is said that you deal with the patient and the patient makes all the decisions. But in our society, in the environment in which we work, we know that the patient is more than the person in front of you. And they want to take into account the voices of the people that are significant to them. Even when they can express their opinion, it is good to know that there are people around them, and therefore it is good as you get their voices to inquire about the voices of those significant ones. If it's a married person with children, inquire about their children, their spouses, etc., and the voices. And I know you do have family meetings and discussing important things. That is in fact taking into account this concept of the fact that the patient voice is more than the voice of the patient that you are treating. And this is a very important concept that we must constantly take that into account. Having said that, you must also be sensitive to the fact that we are dealing with the patient, they have their confidentiality, we need to respect their confidentiality, and the persons that you speak to, the other persons that are involved in the discussion, that it is with the consent of the patient that is in front of you. Do not assume that because relatives are there, you can speak to any relative. It must be with consent. So when you will need to speak to another person, ask the patient, put to them, do you give me permission to talk to this person? Do you agree that this person should be present when I'm speaking to you? It must be with their consent. And that we need to take into account. We often forget that. Now, I think the next thing should be that is to say that why is the patient's voice important? we are emphasizing this. You have asked me to speak about it, but why is the patient's voice important? And I would say that in public health, which is mainly for the wider population, the patient's voice is very important. And we experienced this during the COVID, at the time that we were really hit with COVID and we needed to make many decisions. And many of the decisions were involved the whole public, involved communities, involved the whole nation. But you could remember that it was very important that the voice of the people are listened to, and their opinion and their expectations and their feelings. And you know that even our vaccination program, not just in Kenya, but worldwide, was affected by the fact that it was difficult to see how to incorporate the voice of the patient, the voice of the people in the decisions that were being made. So the patient's voice is important because it's an expression of the respect, of the autonomy and dignity of the patient. It's a recognition that the person or the patient is valued, and that the healthcare is about them, or it's about the patients themselves. It's also an acknowledgement that what the patient knows, what the patient feels, what the patient's opinion and the patient's expectations, as we were told by the professor, are important, and that they will be taken into account. It is important that the patient's voice is important because it acknowledges that the patient is an important participant in their own healthcare. Now, what I have just mentioned is important when you think of yourself as the patient, not if you think about the patient as them, but if you are the patient, that the patient's voice is important because it recognizes your dignity. And it affords you dignity. And one of the most important things, if you want to relate to a person, is respect for their dignity. When people feel that you have not given them the respect due to them as dignity as a person, then you cannot relate to them. It becomes very difficult to relate to them. So the patient's voices is that particular recognition. The idea of giving patients greater level of autonomy aims to transform healthcare to something that from something that happens to them to a process that happens with them. So listening to the patient's voices is in keeping with the slogan of today, and it affirms that it is not something that is happening to patients, it is something that is happening with patients, and that we incorporate their opinions, as we have said, and their understanding and their expectations. Now, patient care, patients' voices is part of a wider concept of patient engagement. And patient engagement goes, and I think you'll be hearing more about that, goes beyond just listening to the patient. It is wider. And good healthcare in hospitals and other health services is not just about treating illness. It's about making sure that the patient's values and needs and concerns are valued at all stages of treatment and care. And I'm glad Dr. Soro, when he took us through their care, that at each stage I could see that this is reflected. Now, the research has shown that if the patient has a good experience in hospital, their treatment is more likely to succeed, and they're likely to be less likely to be readmitted and more likely to cooperate with the treatment regimen that is given. Having mentioned that, the other reason why patient voices are important is because it has been codified into our laws. From our constitution to the health law, to the Patient Rights Charter, the voice of the patient is protected, is provided for, and it's expected that we shall respect it. So from a clinical point of view, from an ethical point of view, I have mentioned the importance of the patient's voices, but you should remember that it is codified. That is, it is required in law. If you read your patient's charter, it is required that you listen to your patient. It requires that you take into account the patient's voice. So that's another reason why it is important. It just means that one can have legal issues simply because you did not take into account the patient's voice. And the professor had mentioned that the legal system is trying to incorporate that in terms of defining the standard of care when there have been cases of malpractice or negligence. And thank you. I think we can continue. Yes, sorry. Yes, an important aspect of listening to the patient's voice is that of patient satisfaction. And those in administration, and I think Dr. Juka is very, very aware of this particular fact that even though we get patients, you may get patients better, patients may be cured, but there is an aspect of patient satisfaction. Were they satisfied with the services that you provided? Were they satisfied with the services that the institution provided or the healthcare professional provided? The patient may be cured, but patient satisfaction is important. Why is it important? It is important because patients who have had a great experience are more likely to return for further treatment. They are likely to keep your appointment. They are likely to come back. And for those in private hospitals and private doctors like myself, this is a very important thing. But even you who is treating the patient, you want them to do follow-up, you want them to come on time, you want them not to default on their treatment, because defaulting on treatment has other implications. So it helps them to return for future treatment. Well-informed patients also positively affect efficiency levels. Yeah, they will help your institution to be more efficient. The services that provide will be more efficient. And I would keep giving an example of Dr. Soro because she talked today, and what we are doing is still fresh in our minds. And she talked about how they try and get their patients well informed, even on the NHIF system, on how to utilize it and what it does. When you have a well-informed patient, increase your efficiency level. They are also more likely to cooperate during treatment. It was mentioned here what we do about difficult patients. But this is those difficult patients. The key thing is to listen to them, get them to a level where they have patient satisfaction, and they'll be more cooperative. They're also more likely to recommend your practice or your institution or your hospital to others and to family. The patient voice also allows us to build services that leave our patients satisfied. So this is a key, listening to patient voices is a key thing in achieving patient satisfaction. And I would like to just say that briefly that in the course as we are discussing during this symposium, you'll get to know various ways on how you can listen to get the patient voices. It has been emphasized by speakers before me about listening, and I heard about listening from the heart. Okay, and other speakers also talk about the important thing of listening. But listening is a key, very key aspect of listening of patients' voices. Time, sincerity, and being willing to answer questions, to be asked questions and to answer them. Often we don't have time. But what I would like to say is that we are a team. We work as a team, or you should work as a team. And you as a team member, you know that you have various members. What is important is to make the patients know that you work as a team, that each member has a role to play, and that they will contribute and help them to, you may not have time as maybe as a specialist, but there is a member of the team who has time, and that member of the team can be constant, to be able to listen and to help the patients accordingly. And there was a question about what do you do about patients who have identified you, and you as a member of the team, you are several doctors, but the patient insists that it is you they want to see. It is your work to help them to realize that the other members of the team are equally competent and will help, so that when you're not available, they can equally help you. But also to let them know that you will be available still to help. You are not abandoning them. You are part of the team. I have worked with the teams in the clinic. We have situations where we are several doctors, and we often had that problem, that patients will want to see a particular. But one thing, you know, you'll not always be there all the time. And secondly, that you cannot see all the patients when you have other colleagues you can, but you can actually help the patients to realize that other members of the team can help them. And finally, I'd like to just mention what we saw here in practice, patient narrative, the story of patients, their own stories about their journey, about their experiences. Okay, those are very strong messages, but they can be positive and they can be negative. And journalists know this very well, so they use patient stories, patient narratives very effectively. And sometimes negatively for an institution. I remember reading the story of the mother of the child who had the whole time stuck in the sky. Now that was the mother's narrative as a patient. It was very effective, but negatively on the hospital. But patient narratives can also be used very positively to send the message. Instead of our hospital putting an article in the paper about our good services, our X-rays, etc. If you have the story of a patient, of positive one, of their experiences in Kenyatta Hospital, okay, the various stages, it sends a bigger message than what we tell, because they say, well, that is sufficient. They can say whatever they want, but when a patient has given their own narrative, that is usually a very, very strong message. So that's a patient's voice that we need to learn how to use. I would like to conclude by saying that the views and insights of patients, that the views and insights of the care receiver, and that care receiver may be yourself, maybe me, okay, it's important in providing patient-centered care. So we are talking here about patient-centered care. I've talked about the voices, but it is a key thing in providing patient-centered care. It helps to improve the healthcare system, the whole system, as we said, from global to the individual, and is something that when we focus on it, it has various aspects and we can learn. And I'm glad that this symposium is focusing on patient-centered care. Thank you.
Wasn't that refreshing? Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mbudia. And our greetings to the Ethics Society. Somebody on the platform has asked, what are these groups that support voices of the patient? And I remember there are many organizations, but I think in Kenya we have few patient advocacy groups. Somebody who lifted their hand up as having come from an advocacy group, patient voices. Is it still with us? Or you still with us? I think we will give you a moment at some point just to tell us what that is all about. So such organizations could be specific to disease processes, for example, Paraja, support ecology, and some could be general. But beyond those organized ones like bioethics, each of our institutions can welcome the patient's voices and help them organize themselves. Dr. Munyoro here, when he was with KNH, and even now he's continuing to be the stoma and colostomy, the wound care. So like a 17-year-old with a colostomy, a permanent one for life, they need support. So there are those voices encouraging that voice, even at our level, the institution is important. Beyond the organized groups, otherwise there are many organized groups. So Daktari Asante, is there something for me to give to Daktari? And also, shortly we'll be taking a break. Thank you. So that was the session that was sharing. Glad that you supported me with your smiles and class and participation. We will take a short break and come for the other session. We really appreciate the leadership that are here from KNH. They can come back or not. Also think we appreciate our other guests that have come from KUTRH. Dr. Victor Jones, you can wave. Daktari is the Director of Clinical Services. KUTRH. Yes. But how much years ago, we were classmates. We joined here together. Yeah. So we have the two campuses here. We have this house and the other. The two campuses of the training schools. There are washrooms in both sides, labeled gents and ladies. And there are 3 stations for taking some refreshments. We do that quickly, then we come for the next session. Thank you. For the time, yeah. We give ourselves 15 at most. 10 minutes, let's be here, but 15 we will be beginning. Thank you. Yeah.
Hamjambo. God is good all the time. Asante sana. Karibuni kwa kipindi cha pili cha kongamano hili. Mimi natumia Kiswahili kwa sababu na kienzi Kiswahili na kipenda. Ni mojawapo ya lugha ya taifa ambayo tunahimizwa kuitumia hata tunapokuwa kwenye mikutano kama hii, kama aina hii. Kwa hivyo mimi nimeamua kuwa mmoja wa wale ambao wametii wito wa kujaribu tu kutumia Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo tanilia radhi na pia nichunguze kwa makosa sana. Hapo karibuni sana kwa kipindi cha pili cha kongamano letu. Muda umetusonga, lakini hata hivyo tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu tuna uhai na tuna siku. Najua kwamba pia ndani ya hili kuna joto kiasi, kwa hivyo tutashuhudia jambo hilo. Naona watu wamechukua makaratasi ya kupepeta hewa, sawa, hiyo inakubalika. Bora usipepete mwenzako hewa, hahitaji hewa. Pepeta tu hewa yako hapo na utulie. Wangu ni Peter Mwaona Jedua, fanya kazi katika hospitali hii na nimepewa heshima ya kuwa mwenyekiti kwenye kipindi cha pili ambacho ni hiki sasa, na kama mnavyoona hapa tumesha wakaribisha panelists wetu, na ningependa kuwataja tu. Naona wamefika idadi ya kutosha, tukiendelea kumsubiri Daktari Esther Munyoro. Rapotua wa kipindi hiki watakuwa ni Roda Karondu ambaye ni daktari na timu wetu wote, na pia niko na moderator hapa. Moderator wa kwanza atakuwa Daktari Eric Pongo ambaye ameketi hapa nyuma yangu. Kwa hivyo ili tuweze kuteremsha hiyo chai kwa sehemu za mwili, naomba tusimame kidogo tu tufanye exercise kidogo tu, kidogo tu. Kama uko na chai, simama na vitabu, usibebe chochote kwa mikono yako. Wewe simama tu, jioshe kidogo, nyosha mikono mbele nyuma. Sasa nataka tuandike hadi 5 tukitumia kichwa. Tunahitaji umakini wako hapa sana tukiendelea katika hiki. Kwa hivyo 1 hadi 5 unaandika nambari 1 hadi 5 na unatumia kichwa chako. Unaandika nambari kubwa, usiandike ndogo. Sawa? Kwa hivyo kama ni nambari ya kuinama, uinama ukiandika. Kama ni ya kuzunguka, unazungusha kichwa sawa sawa. Okay? Haya, pamoja twende. Hapana, hiyo jaribu. Nafurahia kujaribu. Sasa jiachilie, jilegeze kidogo, usiwe stiff sana. Sawa. Haya, tuandike 1. Kana hiyo. Hapana, tunaandika pole pole. Ndio? Ya, pole pole, hiyo tutarudia ndio tuandike pole pole. Sawa? Mbili. Sawa. Asante. 3. Very good. Wewe kitungaji, tafadhali naomba. Kuna kitu inaweza kemewa. Tunataka sasa. 4 hiyo kwa. Andika 4. Sawa. 4. Asante sana. Sasa kwa nambari yake mwisho mbele. Twende. Mwambie mwenzako pongezi na karibu tena. Asante. Sawa, niko tayari kuendelea. Tutajaribu kufupisha mazungumzo yetu, kama tutaharakishe. Ila tufupishe ama tuharakishe. Yote inaweza kutumika. Ili tuweze kukomboa muda na pia tuweze kushughulikia masuala yote yanayohusiana na kongamano hili. Kwa hivyo pamoja nasi panelists hapa tuko na, nikikutaja mkono wako ili watu waweze kutambua kwamba tuko na Emily Kendi ambaye ni nutrition officer Kenyatta National Hospital. Huyu tumpigie makofi mazuri. Asante sana. Kuna Petronila Kemunto Mogusi, nursing officer Kenyatta National Hospital. Tupigie makofi yake, asante. Pia tuko na Mcheva. Wacha nitumie hii ya Eclair. Tuko na Eclair vipi huko? Health officer Kenyatta National Hospital, let us appreciate her. And we also have Gripa Tasio, senior assistant officer hospitali kuu ya kitaifa Kenyatta, ndio huyo tumkatia. Tuna mtumishi panelist mmoja ataingia ngamona anakuja, tuchapia makofi moja ya kilo moja. Haya, hii panelist daktari unaweza kupiga makofi. Huyo ni daktari Esther Munyoro, neuro anesthesia. We hapo unaweza meza ulimi. Huyo palliative care Dr. Munyoro ndio huyo, hata kuinua mkono nimkaribisha. At this time wakati huu ningependa nimkaribisha moderator Daktari Eric Hongo kuelekeza kwenye kipindi hiki. Karibu daktari.
Sana bwana Peter. So that's enough. Taendelea na kizungu. I can say my name is Dr. Eric Hongo. To do each of them just 1-2 minutes introduction. We can keep from, and as you can see, a very nice panel. So it's always ladies. So we want to be very quick, just 1 or 2 minutes, then we can proceed.
My name is Kuchina Masasi. I'm a physiotherapist. For a long time, I experience of making the Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Kendi. Here, now the worker taking care of patients. My name is the product patients. It's a tornado. Yeah. Yes, after working in Kenyatta for 2 months, also a patient care. No? My name is Samuel. I'm a patient specialist, and issues for.
Thank you. So the panel is healthcare workers, people who work in the health. So they are here, some in a dual role, patients and as healthcare workers. So we just right in quick. I'll just guide this session with a few questions, and then I'll give you a chance to just respond. And so the first thing is, as a healthcare professional, has your journey been as either a patient or as a caregiver? Can you introduce us?
Okay. I'm a caregiver. I took care of my husband. He's now dead. Down the line. The period that I talked with him was from January to December. Last day when he left us, that was not easy, let me say. As a health worker,
as a professional nutritionist, knowing very well what this patient is going through, himself being a health worker, aware of his condition, trying to manage the condition, and you understand what you're going through. The journey was not easy. Going through receiving the news, one now receiving the news and trying to break the news to the children, to the parents, it was not easy. Thank God that we had counselors who that journey from the beginning, from when we treatment physically. I was trying to protect my children. I didn't tell them until the last minute when I saw this good, and I started, trying to take their psychological and protecting them from the psychological stress and giving the truth of the matter. Of course, they can see their daddy is not doing well, but how do I put it? The parents. It was not, but by the grace of God, I think you're told it is palliative care, and it is you now. No, it is not curative, it is palliative. How do you handle it? But I don't want it is the grace of God that you can see.
Okay, for myself, I'm just a new patient this year. I'm undergoing the surgery. I made the surgery in January. I'm just 2 months old. Experience as a patient is truly humbling. Sometimes when you treat patients, it's like, you are on top of everything. When you become a patient, then really not easy. Then you are you think like this. But I had even told the doctor that 3 days I should be out of their world. You're planning for yourself. You know everything. But complications happen. It actually happened to me. I couldn't handle it. It was like, now I've given up. Whatever God wants me to do, to be, let it be. That I sailed through. And my advice to others like this is that when you become a patient, really, you're vulnerable. You become really vulnerable. You don't know what to do. I've learned that I have to communicate with the patient and to listen to them. At a point in the world, I was in a room that I was alone, and it's at night. Actually, on the third day, I started puking. You can imagine our mess from 2 a.m. So you are feeling like, will I reach the door and open and call the nurses? I managed to go back to so it's not easy, but it's good to have experience so that you can be able to treat our patients. Experience you have. It has changed my way of looking at a patient who has gone through surgery.
In my experience as a patient, I'm lucky to have most of my family members who are in disease. So more than 10 years, journey has been smooth. The support that I get from mostly my family members.
Okay. As I said, I have been a client. Many times we say we are sick. I usually say, I'm not sick, I'm a client. It happened 2 months into employment in KNH, 6 months after graduating, first job I landed in Kenyatta. All joy, glory, not only in me, but for our entire family, being a fourth-born and the first person to have a job. Months later, I was turning a patient. I felt like a slight pain on my back. For 2 days, I wouldn't walk well. I wouldn't stand well on bedding. Difficult. I was staying with a relative who was a nurse in KNH, and she noted. I didn't want to tell her. She noted. She asked me, "Told, of course, I was telling a patient, I felt pain, but now I'm getting pain, even my lower limb." And she told me that as much as you've been employed in Canada, as long as you've been employed, you're in patient, but you are staff. She advised me to go to staff clinic. So when I was told, the first report was go to X-ray, which I did, and they reported spondylosis. The journey started there, given painkillers, referred to an orthopedic surgeon, asked me sent me for a CT scan. On taking back the results, it was a very painful one. Just looked at my scan and told me, "You have a very bad back, and we have to take you into urgent laminectomy." 54 urgent laminectomy. I completed school, and I thank God for my teacher, orthopedics. She had told us laminectomy is not a solution to a back issue. It may be a contribution to a complication cases. I declined. He forced me into the ward. While in the ward, in and out for management on physiotherapy, put on attraction. I came out of it because the pain was too much. We admitted in a private room, like Christina said. Waking up in the morning, it was now the 4th month of employment. Woke up to find myself in the general side of the ward, aware of what had happened. Immediately I woke up, because she had me turn and she dashed. She told me, "Sister, please sleep." I thought I was in the private room. She told me, "Please sleep." After a neurologist came, myself was under an orthopedic surgeon. Why a neurologist? He sat on my bed and talked to me and told me, "Petronila, you are here. You had a convulsion at night. You fell off the bed. So the easier way was to bring you from the private room to where the other clients can see you and the nurses can easily serve." After a while, when I noticed sheets were tied or was renting bed, tying sheets over it. I thought it was simple because the doctor told me this might have, after history taking, this must have been triggered by a lot of back pain. Family history, no history of injury. I took it easy. After a few days, I requested for discharge home because I had been in hospital, and one of the managers threatened me that I would be retired on medical, being too young and too much in and out of the ward. So I went home. I knew it was due to pain. While at home, I woke up to find my elder brother telling me, "Tafadhali tunaenda hospital." He had already called a taxi. Why? I had a chain of seizures in the house. When the reality hit, and the doctor told me, "We must start you on anti-epilepsy medication." Anti-epilepsy medication. Fortunately, I didn't take it negative. Facing my client in college was a child who was hated by siblings and parents for living with epilepsy. We worked the journey, she improved, and parents thanked me. The child joined me. I used to work to church. How that went on, diagnosis was a bit tricky. 7 years later, a diagnosis was arrived at and then was sent outside for treatment, courtesy of my 2 doctors. Neurologist and neurosurgeon agreed that I needed treatment outside. I received support. Up to now, I had a surgery, improved for 5 years, things crashed. I'm back on treatment, and currently I'm told the highest dose of convulsants in the entire hospital I accept it. It's been made easy by colleagues of Woodin, my family members, my parents who keep on saying we pray until it happens from God. You are still our child, but when it happens, you live, it will be God's time. The hospital management has truly supported me. At times I've gone down, but they work with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember the question, but yes, I think my life changed when I became a caretaker, and I think the definition today, who is patient, where it says it's you and I. So I
changed from being a healthcare giver. I went to the other side of being with my father who was to get treatment. That is when the way I look at patient-centered care changed. Because the first day I brought my father to KNH, I gave one of my colleagues his scan. He just told me, this old man needs to go home and there's nothing we can do. Of course, he didn't know it was my father, but I almost collapsed because I was so shocked. And he, the way he just told me there's nothing we can do, and there was a lot they could have done. He was in pain, he was vomiting, he was, doing a lot of things. So I just want to correct what somebody said that it was now palliative care. Palliative care is not end of life. Palliative care is about your quality of life. So that you can be a diabetic and you're sent to palliative care. You're sent to palliative care because you have neuropathic pain. We need to take care of your pain. So a message that I would like to go out today, palliative care is not end of life. End of life is 6 months at the end of palliative care. Palliative care is for you as long as you have a serious illness. And I was so angry at the way the doctor broke the news to my father that I went to the CEO's office, and it was amazing. The CEO told me, it's fine, just go and start a palliative care department. That's how we started the palliative care department in KNH. Thank you.
For that, I know it can't be easy opening up, being vulnerable, we appreciate. Just to follow up on that, along this treatment journey, if you the clinical team handled the whole process from making the diagnosis, conveying the information and plan, being involved in the whole treatment process. Were you allowed to participate in the decision making to part of the treatment that you wanted to receive? How did that go for you as a patient or as a caregiver?
Okay, my part, I think clinical team didn't work. So we talked at length. By the time I decided to go to theater, actually it did 1 year down the line. I had refused, but fasting with the doctor and just talking to my friends through what I was supposed to go through. I just discouraged to go through. So I think the clinic team is doing, especially in Kenyatta, the only thing is that communication, brainstorming the ideas, how to pass information to the patient, and a lot of delays. So a few challenges.
Let me say, first we were well involved in the of diagnosis and the treatment. We went through it with our doctor. He explained to us the condition, how we are going to do the treatment. Without at first, the patient really wanted, that is my husband, he wanted the surgery first done because of the pain that he was going through. But the doctor suggested that we do the chemo first. So it was not easy. Considering the primary site of the tumor, disturbing him. As we sat down, we talked, the oncologist, the counselors, we worked together journey with the chemo. We went through the 12 sessions, went through radiotherapy. At a time when surgery was necessary because of the mess to other organs. So we managed. The clinical team really supported us. Let me say, it was a peaceful journey, a very good journey for us, and we felt involved in all the treatment. Let me say it was good. In their department, patients is psychologically tortured, and me colleagues are very supportive. In my department too, I'm expected to meet my targets. And of course,
you have a patient, you too, you're sick. Yeah, so together the journey, I thank God for the department to work with support. It was not easy.
For me, adequately informed, have walked the journey positively. However, the biggest challenge was getting onto the diagnosis. And for so many years I suffered and then I was given wrong diagnosis. For so many years, I took the wrong medicine. And I think after like more than 10 years of thinking to know exactly what was the problem, my family actually got a diagnosis. And the moment we got a diagnosis, I was given the correct medicine, and now I'm doing better. As much as people look at me and they're like, I'm going to
on the journey of treatment of this diagnosis, as I mentioned, the first day, medical officer found in staff clinic. Very young, handled me. I don't know whether she handled me well because she was young, but I was a staff. I was not yet a qualified staff because I was still on probation. I thank God that Kenyatta takes us probation and permanent. So she gave me information, but she told me this cannot be a diagnosis for you at that age. She immediately referred me to the orthopedic doctor. Broke my heart. He wanted to force me to go in the same day for admission. And next is I'm put on traction. I'm given medication for pain. I don't respond. I'm put on pethidine. 50 milligrams. I don't respond. The pain is worsening. I'm fully conscious. Up to 100 milligrams, fully conscious in pain. The question was, how much do you drink? Very nice. I told him I've taken water in the morning. I woke up, I took tea. I've been given police. Told me stop. I told you how much do you drink? I told him I'm sorry, I'm a Catholic. I've never taken anything, but when I receive Holy Communion, especially on Easter, we get a gift of the body in blood. That's the much I've taken. Then he told me we have concluded with my colleague, she must be a young girl who started hard substance when young. Why don't you respond to pethidine? So things get haywire. I thank God, Office 108, after getting information from the then was 10B staff, whom some of them are here and have been very supportive. They requested for discharge and readmission by another doctor. The second doctor told me, sorry, at your age, can't take you for surgery. Too young, have alternatives. I was on daily, and daily, then alternate, then a week. The cats and I always laugh. But sometimes I said, I see the womb that gave me birth, especially when conversions started. After that, after the onset of conversions, I was in and out of the radiology department. Diagnosis could not be reached. CT scan, 4 of them, EEG, like 4 of them. And the conclusion was she should go to patient support center for counseling. No condition, but she drops her down, gets in the ward, and a salary without working. It continued. One day after he was admitted again, later, the nurse kept telling me my miracle girl. I didn't know why she used to call me a miracle girl. One day I asked her, please tell me why I'm your miracle girl. She told me the time we thought you were suicidal. Admitted you in status epilepticus. Shortly after we found you in the balcony. We said it's enough for her. Maybe she has thought it's enough for her, and she wants to jump. So what they did, they called me silently and learned I was not aware of what was happening according to the report. They called me quietly, took me in. I never knew until 10 years later, she told me that diagnosis still was a problem. Sent her to patient support center for diagnosis. Repeated EEG. One time we went physical with my very good physician. I told him, you told me the conversions were due to back pain. The orthopedic pain going down, the conversions increasing. He told me now I'm also not understanding. He took a serum level and the results were compliant to treatment. He was like, what is this? Some people told me, Uchawiyawakisi is working now. On the 7th year from the first day of the conversion, no, on the 5th year, I was admitted again, status epilepticus. Doctor came in and told me on the day of discharge, I was never patient in the ward because I love being out to work. I told my doctor, now today I want to go home. He told me now, as you go home, go through the EEG department, book EEG, and don't eat the day. Don't sleep the night before EEG. I had to do fasting in sleep. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep the whole night. I was in a small room. I actually acted like a mother-in-law. I wanted to be fully awake. The first EEGs I would be given a report. Once this was done, I was given a report in the theater to my doctor. The doctor EEG room. Most of us know where EEG room, but there's never been an EEG. I'm sorry. From the time, I think so many years. What part of that? It's around just at the door of ICU, which is the current CCU. I opened and it read complex partial vision. The complex part of it what came to my mind. Complex. I'm not going to live with anything complicated. And to the doctor, I am happy he also told me, okay, it is going to be maybe a lifelong vision on medicine. When I walked out of the ward, the clinic has a prescription. One of the nurses here is just looking at me and wondering. Agema is the one who talked to me and told me it's never the end of life. It's at the beginning of life. Tameza dawa and you live. On the 7th year after diagnosis, I was told by the radiologist, I was doing my imaging, MRI. Told me that now what we are finding, you may surgery. The doctor will tell you. The physician discussed with the surgeon and the surgery, but it has never succeeded in Africa. Issue started again. Complexity came back to my mind. Arrangements were made with good support from I did my nephrology nursing, the nephrology team, and other nurses, doctors. Takabetu received my letter and he told me, please run to an embassy. So sorry, we have had a staff suffering for this year, but we are not aware. When there, the question was, you work in a big hospital, why go to India? But they gave me documents. The challenge was the secretary who received my letter to give Dr. Kabetu took a whole week signing. Finally, I went to India. The preparation was I should have a nurse accompanying me, and Prof told me I go with a line, Radula and Valium. He didn't tell me that barometric pressure changes can trigger seizure. The moment the plane took off, my first flight, I only remember telling my nurse was my smaller brother, Yanja. Next is I landed in Qatar. First of all, the only thing I was told, we informed their hospital that you were in an emergency. When I arrived in India, the reception was ambulance with medical staff through an MRI, and then I'm told, yes, the diagnosis needs operation. The surgical site is opposite what we were informed. They did 2 MRIs without money for any payments. After the confirmation, it's when they told me, now we want to know whether you had any money in our account. So this surgery, after this, you may be, 3 days or 4, you may be in ICU. It's easy. Next, after so many consultations, so now the primary surgeon came and told me, after surgery, seizure control might be up 70%. There is risk of you losing speech and memory. That one I declined. I told him I'm a nurse. I cannot administer medication without knowing the patient, to have my memory, to speak to the patient. He took me in after saying, I pray to God above to hear your prayer. I went in at 8 a.m., was out at 5:30 p.m. Told me that immediately he reversed. Told the anesthetist to reverse. Immediately, anesthetist reversed. I asked for water on the operation table. My speech was intact as I requested, and God answered. In the recovery room, I thought I was in ICU for the 3 days. Once my brother was called. Machines were making noise in the recovery room. I knew I was in ICU. At 5:45 p.m., I was wheeled to the ward. Second day post-operative, I was in the bathroom on a wheelchair, not on a bath bus. So unfortunately, I developed a complication. I think because of movement, KNH tube that I was put. Obstruction, and then I had severe intracranial pressure that made me vomit and vomit until I collapsed. That time, my brother almost hit the doctor and the nurses who were there. What have you done to my sister? She survived the surgery and now she's dying. So, thank God, after that, I pulled out the drainage tube. The pressure went down, but they acted very fast. They put black curtains in my room. The cranial pressure went down after pulling out the tube. And the following day told me, the fifth day actually, he told me your bills are getting exhausted and discharge you back to Kenya because you work in a very well-equipped hospital. On Saturday, my surgery was Monday 8 to 5 p.m. Saturday, I was in Kenya. At night, I complicated reacting to a drug. An emergency brought to Kenyatta again. Now under a neurosurgeon, not under a neurologist. That might be long. And for that, after realizing that I was a patient caregiver, I am a patient, and God had retained my speech to give care. That's what you can see me in a t-shirt written and masking, sorry, in a shirt written and masking epilepsy. I've gone through challenges where my identity changed from Petronilla epilepsy nurse to that's epilepsy. So please, when we talk to a client, let's not remove the personal identity of the client and refer the client to a condition. I am a client of epilepsy. I'm not sick with epilepsy because I can perform my activities other than the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. So the journey with my father as his caretaker, it exposed me to the suffering that patients go through. But I think the important thing is that it taught me about autonomy. So my father is diagnosed with cancer of the esophagus. There are no, he needs a stent. They're not in Nairobi. We need to take him to Tenawek. I arranged everything. The morning my father was supposed to go, I went and I told him, and he told me, no, I want a stent. I hadn't explained to him what a stent is. I hadn't explained to him anything because I was so busy. So we never took him for the stent because he refused. From that day, I started respecting patient autonomy. You must explain to them totally the alternatives. And so I had to come back to care. The cardiothoracic, what other alternatives is there? Then they told me radiotherapy. And my father refused. So then what was the next? It was hospice. So I took him to hospice. I gave him a very high dose of steroids, started swallowing. But the day he stopped swallowing, now came and told me, okay, what did you want us to do? So at that point, we took him for radiotherapy. So I think for me, it taught me about patient autonomy. You must talk to patients. You must know all the alternatives. and you must genuinely agree with their choices. Because he was my father, he tells me no. I took it as a no. But you see, if it was another patient, I might have pushed. But these days, wherever you are, even if you're put in the street and you're homeless, if you tell me no, I will look for other alternatives. And I will look. Sorry, are you having? The other thing the doctors here told me is my father can't take alcohol. My father was an alcoholic. When I told my father, he told me, even the day you bury me, I want you to put alcohol in my coffin. And we actually had to do that because he refused. And so even when he came to my house, mind you, I lived in Sandview, but my father refused to stay in my house. He wanted to stay in my brother's house. So I had to take him from my brother's house to bring him for radiotherapy, but I allowed him to take alcohol up to the end. Again, patient autonomy and whatever it is that they feel the way they want things done. And that is quality of life. That is what palliative care is about. Allowing patient autonomy. It is respecting culture and respecting what the patients actually want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So something very important that you told us about the patient autonomy, because it's something that we struggle with as clinicians, as healthcare workers, because we give them all the options and then they decide on the intervention at all. Something we struggle with, and sometimes you find that as healthcare workers, sometimes you can get angry patients. I think that's an important lesson. Speed, anything along the treatment process, the clinical team or the hospital or the team that was taking care of you or the patient, anything you don't want them to do differently on that journey.
For my part, when I complicated, thing we should do differently, effective communication and timely communication. So the doctor came, told me I have to go for ultrasound. They see whether the kids inside are also gave way. And actually it took a whole day for me to go for ultrasound. And I had not been told I was waiting to the X-ray for ultrasound, but not until a friend came in the evening, found gone for ultrasound. Then saying I go the next day. He said no to go. Then she planned it. We looked for a doctor, a radiologist. I had to go. I went for the ultrasound at around 8 in the evening. So I think effective communication, timely communication is really important. Even if something is not happening, they come and tell the patient, we are working on it, give us time. But if you're just in there, you don't know what is going on, it's frustrating when you're a patient. Thank you.
Okay. Went through the medication, nothing much I would have wished to have, because everything was explained to us, and we went through the treatment. One time after 15 sessions, yes, the LINAC machine, that broke down. And it was during the COVID time. We are supposed to, this machine is from South Africa. We are told we are supposed to wait for them to come and take a week or two for them to get tested, get quarantine and all that. So we found it a bit demoralizing, stressing, considering that we have already started the session. Actually, my patient started becoming impatient. What can we do? We've done 16 and we are supposed to do 27. We went, started all over again, assimilation and all that machine. And later on, somebody gives us as an alternative that maybe we have gone to another. So, such things which should have come in from the doctor or expert. machine was not that, I thought it was that perfect. The 2D machine, through it, we appreciate it.
It's not something that I wish to do. It's something I would request the team to do. When you're there, you go to the clinic. And then, as much as we understand, Kenyatta is training institution, yeah, students. There are students around there who need to learn. So there in the doctor's she has, so there, they're talking like your assessment. We need to give the patient to give consent. Okay, or they are not.
Similar to April, after a long time of being sent to patient center, which I didn't go, I used to get a warning. I used to get a clear aura, and my siblings could tell me, after the warning you gave us, you were conscious. So I knew from my previous healthcare service to the child, I knew it was a fail. Okay. Among those who were sending me, I respect my primary doctor, and may God bless Professor Maya because he's stood firm against anyone who talks about against my health. One of the doctors, a senior consultant, history because that morning I had a seizure, I had a clinic appointment. Listen to my history. I walked in, I was in a trouser suit, and he tells me, sister, you are so smart. What brings you to your neurology clinic? So I said, I'm not feeling well. Once he sit down. Sat down, he took history and suddenly stopped and told the class was circulating. Sister kindly called for me all students. He never told me what he was going to do. And he starts, when they rush, registrars, he tells them, you see this smart lady seated here? Has the information she was giving me? I am confused, I can't tell what it is. Can you repeat? I repeated myself. He started asking questions. One of the registrars was my very close friend. Away from my patient. Then asked for provisional diagnosis, they could give an about there, but no. For me, I knew to say back to the patient support center for counseling. Fortunately, the part of it, to hear clients complain of this, when some getting a seizure, it tells you there's a clear lesion in the temporal lobe of the brain. Mentioned of the brain, which he mentioned like I remember UoN, but he left there. He didn't write notes for the next doctor. 3 years later is when I was told that a part of your brain just a problem. It needs to be operated. That teaching in front of students is bad. The way it was done, he would have requested, as Ekere said. The same way when I came back from surgery, a neurosurgeon requested me. I respect him. He told me, where did we have successful surgery? Yours is so successful. So he taught the students with my permission. Thank you so much.
So they have done differently. I think for each part of the journey, I managed to deal with the system and try to change things so that things improve. So I think about the hospital is that the hospital should accommodate criticisms and get research from patients, because I was getting my father treated, it changed so many things about the way things used to happen. And some things, of course, that didn't change. I used to bring him at 3 a.m. for radiotherapy. I know people don't believe that what used to happen. We used to come very early so that it was like you used to get visas in the British Embassy. Yeah? These days, if you go, it's a bit different. Even they have changed. So I think the thing is the hospital keep changing so that we reduce human suffering. From the research we did time back in KNH, people don't mind eating, they don't mind coming early, but they want to have a place to sit, they want to have water to drink, they want to have a cup of tea. I think for me, I wouldn't say it was bad, because every time I complained, changed, and it was not just for me, it was for everybody around, and people understood. That is what I admire about everybody who was there, in that they actually took into consideration whatever we were complaining about. And it took years. It didn't just, it's not one complaint. So the thing is that we have to keep researching. And the other thing about autonomy, that you must give people the honest picture. So until my father got blocked, he didn't think we knew what we were talking about, yeah? You must tell the patient the truth. Take that route and you refuse treatment, you're going to die. Really, dying doesn't matter, we all die. It is how soon do you want to die? So usually if I talk to patients, I am sensitive, but I tell them the honest truth. And I think that's the message. Thank you.
But it's important what you said, that need to keep researching and learning and trying to improve the whole patient experience. Like Dr. Gutoi and are taking notes. I see it's just a very big group. Yeah. So such experience just with patients, the way you have diagnosis.
Yes, I think I have learned the true meaning of the word empathy and sympathy, so that I try to put myself in the patient's shoes. When I want to talk about the bad news, I first of all make sure it is never broken the way it was broken to me, because the way that news was broken to me changed my life. And it was very difficult for me to explain to my colleague what was wrong. But I think it's because now I was the patient, so it made a very big difference. But when I'm initiating a conversation, I make sure that first of all, I find out what because what have I found out? Patients come to palliative care, they've never been told they have cancer. Do you imagine at the end of life, now they've been, I was told you're the one who's going to help me. And their scans and everything, you can just at the end of life. So I think I try and tell them I have a lot of time. I get them to sit. I tell them I'll even put my off because I don't want anybody to interrupt. But actually what I'm trying to pass the message is that whatever it is we're going to talk about is very serious. Then of course you give warning shots that it is bad news. And then it is very important to ask somebody to come with a support system. Because if you tell somebody they have cancer and then you expect them to walk out of the room and walk alone, read about stories, people will tell you they didn't even know where the bus stop was there. So you must be very sensitive that you're telling somebody a life-changing diagnosis. And then of course, you must give them the diagnosis, but also give them hope that you'll no longer be in pain, you can manage the pain. So it is the body language, it is how much does that person know? Do they want to know? How much? You don't have to tell them everything on that day. You can just tell them it's something not very good, so you need to come with your spouse. It might be expensive to get treatment, so that by the time they come, it is bad news. Or I tell people, when you take a biopsy patient, you must tell them, we think it's infection, or it could be TB, it could be cancer. There are two types of cancer, there's benign and malignant, so that by the time breaking the bad news, they already have that warning shot. Basically, I think I follow the principles of the spikes, breaking bad news, where the preparation, the setting, and everything else is done. And just give them what they need to do, but tell them, I'm always here to support you, and then make a forward plan to give them the bad news. But I think the message should always be that there is hope. Then next time we shall be saying, what is it you're hoping for? Because maybe what you're hoping for is dying without a lot of pain. So you don't really need to say what is hope for, but you need to give people hope. Okay.
Dr. Munyoro. So basically from the panelists, what I've heard that we could improve on is communication, and that whole patient experience, especially when it comes to the teaching of undergraduates and postgraduates. And Dr. Munyoro has taken us through the process of putting the so that it's not a bombshell, just need them to the bodies. So as you're winding up, I just want to ask, give us one passing thought. What message, what take-home message would you like the people here, the people at home, the clinical staff, experiences? What would be the take-home message for listening?
Okay, my take-home is clinician communication, and let's also listen with the heart, as one of us told us is very important. I think we'll go fast, and I would have care to establish care teams, care teams that can take care of our patients in the youth, where just handle our patients, caring for patients, that they are people. Say, when you call a patient by the name, they belong. Just say, so, nani kuja hapa, anachanga huyu nani, but you know, when you can recall a patient's name after a long time, they belong. That is.
My message, my experience with NHIF, as healthcare professionals, we should create awareness. And because I learned a lot about NHIF. If your couple is important for you and your partner, have contributors. Because of the time, patients, NHIF were told is cannot take care of the scan, the MRI, was exhausted. Like, now, what are you a contributor? Yes, I'm a contributor. So they started using my card. So you can imagine, maybe if I was not staff, if I was just a person maybe out there, what could have happened? Just get money from it. But if your partner is a contributor, both of contributors, then it becomes easy. Still, I was wondering, NHF, you've been contributing for like 20 years, and all of a sudden you're told it cannot cover scan of the chest or the abdomen, it cannot even cover MRI. If they cover the scan of the chest, it cannot even cover the other. So I don't know. NHF, we need to create more awareness for people to understand how it works out. Thank you.
Mine is personal. Someone once said, take care of your body, only place you have to live. Unless I tell you this is the medication I'm taking or this I'm going through, you don't need to see it on my face.
My take-home is, before we become clients, we are human beings. Before we gain titles of conditions, human beings. Even after we gain titles of conditions, we still remain human beings. Let's not change patient identities with patient condition. Again, once you've gone through a journey, you may be trained for the next venture with the patient after you. That's the reason as to why, after my surgery, I started a program with the assistance of the current director of medical services, with approval from the director clinical services that time, an awareness program for epilepsy. Was cut short suddenly because someone thought I was sponsored finally to run the program. Currently, I only receive a phone call. We have a patient who's non-compliant, kindly assist. I have to spend my time. Kindly let's have support centers, support groups, and we have more than 1 million patients living with epilepsy. Sometimes I receive calls from county because I've gone out to speak about it. I felt there was too much in epilepsy that I could take my medicine in the toilet to avoid people seeing me that I'm taking the conversion. So what I'm saying, I wish to give the care, I desire to care what I desire to receive. If I can offer what I desire to receive, let me give what someone else desires to have. The greatest motivation is John 11:4, which tells me this sickness is not to end death. No, for God's glory to be glorified, so that God's Son may be glorified through it. I believe the sickness, I say, is not sickness, it's a condition. It's not to end in death. After this, I wish someone else joins me, continue doing awareness, Kenyatta and outside, support the mothers who have been abandoned by their husbands for giving birth to children, or with epilepsy and other conditions. They have gone through rejection, told sitaki mtu ambaye ako na kifafa, sitaki kufanya kazi na mtu ambaye ako na kifafa, lakini nafanya kazi na mimi ambaye niko na kifafa.
I think I'll just continue on what she talked about, support services. I think now that you've started patient-centered care, there are very many things you need to look into the legal system. Every time somebody was dying, I needed a lawyer in KNH. The lawyers in KNH told me, no, we don't deal with such things, you know. We need, the first time we opened the palliative care services, 50% of our patients came to talk about sex, right? Healthcare workers don't talk about it. First time we had a support group for children. They came into the room, I noticed the men sat on one side, the women sat on one side. Then you see, we told them, oh, it's you guys to run the support group. The men told the women, we married you, those children you stay in the ward with, they were not there. Yet you're ignoring us and living in Kenyatta Hospital for a year with your child. Again, it was about sex. It's not taken care of unless you have started. So there are very many human things that we are not dealing with. We come and we admit parents for 2 years with their children in this hospital. It's ridiculous. Even we admit patients and they keep missing surgery, and you know, they are you've done 10%, huh? You still have 90% that you deal with holistic, that we don't have rejection, that, you know, the stigma. So we really have a long way to go, but, you know, you've started the process, and thank you very much.
Yeah, so for those parting shots, it's important because I think when we're in medical school, we're told about biopsychosocial model. It means you forget everything else, the psychological, social aspect. So I'd like to take 2 questions from the audience.
Yeah.
And Mike. So, anyone else with a question? Yeah. So you just tell us who you are, and then you can.
My name is Alfred Bengo. I work in the medicine department, particularly at the diabetic endocrinology center. Mine is not really a question, comment. The experiences have really sparked thinking. And I believe for us, go and have call themselves, it's called meeting between me and myself. The thing that I've learned is that behind data, such findings, figures that are splashed on this screen, that a human being with the same feelings, probably some special needs
that we don't have. The person needs love, acceptance, needs understanding. Dr. Munyoro also had another aspect. So we are dealing with normal people, just that they have some special needs. Otherwise, that's all I'm saying.
Thank you. How are you all? My name is Mary Garia. I'm a stomach conference. And also mine is not really official. It's just to add on what my colleagues have said. I work with them a very stigmatized. I don't know how many of you have encountered a patient with a stomach. A patient with something. Those are patients who are very stigmatized. Those are patients who have had chronic cold for years. Also patients who are very stigmatized. And now I come to the doctors as discussing without their consent. Especially when we are doing wardrobe. As nurses, we have very difficult time after the wardrobe. Because the doctors are students. Have this patient, if this patient had the diagnosis to themselves and maybe the only person who needs a nurse or care nurse, the nurses who are in the ward, the patient is discussed the panel of the wardrobe, and they have no time to answer that patient's questions. The person who has the load, this nurse is taking care of this patient. But after the round, the patient will start calling you. What was that we were discussing? Maybe you are not even in the presence they were doing it. So as we are left with a lot of support for our patients, and since we are advocates of our patients, we have to carry the load and find out exactly what the doctor
Thank you for the comment. So I would just like to appreciate the panel. We appreciate taking time and opening up. And in closing, I think some of the things that we need to consider, some of the points that were raised from the communication with the patient and the family. We need to start thinking about these barriers we have towards effective communication. And another thing we need to consider is amongst care workers, because also that's another big thing, but maybe that can be a topic of the next symposium. So,
yeah, Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Amen. Kitukuzwe kabisa na kitukuzwe sana. Sasa ni vizuri tuwapongeze panelists wetu kwa njia ambayo ni buru kabisa. Samahani. Kuna sawa, nimefahamishwa kikamilifu kwamba kuna zawadi. Tulia hapo kwanza. Kwanza tuwape zawadi yetu sisi kwa jumla, na pia tuzipe zawadi kwa mbinu ambayo nitawaonyesha. Naona mmeanza kujitayarisha, sawa? Okay. Wanapopewa hizo zawadi, ningeomba wakaribisha wale ambao ni panelists wa session ya pili kipindi. Natumai kwamba wako ndani pamoja nasi hapa. Kwa hiyo Profesa Ruth Ndwati, tafadhali karibu kwenye jukwaa. Daktari karibu pia kwenye jukwaa. Daktari Victor Ndom, karibu kwenye jukwaa. Dr. Watson Maina pia kwenye jukwaa. Kimemia pia naomba pia tuweze kufika kwenye kwa tafadhali. Panelist ambao tumekwisha waita, naomba kwa heshima kubwa nimezingatia itifaki zote na heshima zote sasa zinawafaa nyinyi fike hapa. Asante sana. Karibuni. Asante. Karibuni. Asante sana. Pia kwa ikiwa kuna maji tuweze kuwapa panelist maji maji hapo. Niko nafaa kuwa na panelist wangapi? 1 2 3 4 5. Niko na 4. Okay, ningependa basi ningependa nikitaja, if I mention your name, kindly raise up your hand so that participants can be able to identify you. So, naambiwa kwamba Profesa Ruth Ndwati amepeana ujumbe wake. Kwa hivyo Dr. Kenneth Rateng, Kenya Medical Training College, tafadhali na mkono wako waweze kukuona. Mpigie makofi daktari. Asante. Dr. Victor Ndom, tafadhali mpigie makofi. Huyo ni Director Clinical Services KUTPR. Daktari Watson Maina, Trauma and Orthopedic Surgeon, AIC Kijabe Hospital. Karibu sana. Represented by Richard Davis. I got it right? So Richard Davis, and I represent, and welcome very much. All the way from Kijabe, the cold place. Great warm here. Very well. You're welcome. You're comfortable? Wewe unajua Kiswahili? Tunaendelea vizuri. Kwa hiyo kikufunzo kimefika mpaka karibuni. Asante. Daktari Frederick Kimemia, Health Sciences Management Association. Karibu sana daktari. Asante. Na ili kuweza kusaidia mazungumzo ya kipindi hiki, iko na moderator Daktari Esther Nafula. Karibu.
Thank you. So this session, we are going to look at training and practice of person-centered care, and really want to see what is there in terms of academics and our curriculum, and what is there in practice. I will start off by giving the panelists a few seconds to introduce themselves, tell us more about themselves and their roles, then we can start with the discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kennedy Rateng, lecturer from Kenya Training College. I had a clinical department. I practice in the area of family medicine and also epidemiology.
My name is David. I'm from Kijabe Hospital in 2007. Courses and also the program director for neurosurgery residencies. So this is a subject I'm very interested in.
That's as far as I'm going to Swahili. I'm a medical
but also, of course, I can add to my experience in the public sector previously. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Frederick Lemia. I wear two hats. One, I'm a teacher. I teach healthcare management at graduate and postgraduate level at several universities, but I work for Kenya Methodist University. I also we founded an association of health system managers. We are celebrating 10 years, a journey of trying to professionalize healthcare leadership, management, and governance. Passionate about patients because I started as a patient attendant many years, 1996. I moved up. I am so excited when I see doctors and nurses and all these healthcare workers coming to learn how to run a health system. So my specialty is in health system management. So that's what I'm specialized in, doing healthcare leaders for the next generation. Thank you.
We know that of medical and nursing practice is apprenticeship, and there's a lot of mentorship. So most of us emulate the seniors. What they do is what we do. So we build our practice based on what we have as confidence. So to start us off, Dr. Ateng, are there any aspects of patient-centered care that as a primary training curriculum? What is the basic training for healthcare providers?
Thank you. Yes, I come from an institution that is in charge of training more than most 85% of health workers in the country, particularly so in the family health care. And this is an area that we have really emphasized on because we witnessed something in the beginning of the turn of the first century, the need to change our curriculum. In the institution, we have over 50,000 students at any time in session, and we train about 19 programs in various medical fields, nurses, clinical staff, orthopedic, technology. So we realize that there was need to change our curriculum from what was majorly to say a teacher-centered to a student-centered. And that is when the issue of patient-centered care came to us. And I would say that we have really changed our training, various training curricula. Particularly so those people that we train that are in contact, are the first contact with our patients, like the nurses and the clinical staff. So that is an aspect that we have taken care of in our training curricula, and I'll talk later about it.
Are there any indicators or any ways for us to assess what is there in our training institutions as far as patient-centered care is concerned?
We have had this discussion because the kind of students we train at the university level have either undergone a background training in nursing or other cadres. They're coming for advanced education at masters, and the way we structure learning outcomes is that we are going to students are going to acquire knowledge. They're also going to acquire skills, and there is a part that has been completely on attitudes and behavior. We got actually going through series of curriculum review, and what we've seen that most of these curriculum do not have aspect of psychomotor skills, which are practical skills, and affective, which are attitudes and behavior. And it is a big problem because you have a nurse that you have trained. Yes, they can recall knowledge, they can write very nice essays. When it comes to the skills, the practical skills that have to do with patient-centered care, the problem. When it comes to affective skills, the attitudes and behavior, and the problem is not so much about universities. It's probably about the way we structure our training. Now we are going to skill-based training where we are focusing on the skills. The nurses who did probably enrolled and registered at diploma level probably had more practical skills than doctors. Sometimes I make fun of even doctors because there are those doctors who are trained in Nairobi University who have a set of skills that are different from a set of skills from university based on the way the program are designed. So there are those programs that are designed for practical skills and affective skills. But to answer your question, you really have to go back to we used to do is that most healthcare workers will probably focus on the skills, the practical skills, psychomotor skills, and affective skills. And I really have thought through because when I teach my students at postgraduate level, especially the doctors who are coming for health systems management training, I'm really focusing on how they can understand the patient. Because in health systems, those who have studied health systems, the variables or the ingredients of a health systems is something we call, and it's connected to patient-centered responsiveness, responding to the needs of our patients. We want to train healthcare professionals and respond to the needs of the patient, who can feel the patient. What our presenters were saying before, I think they were saying we need health workers who can respond, who can feel, who can be empathetic, who can listen, who can communicate. Things are not knowledge. They have to do with, they have something to do with the heart. And they say you don't change the heart, probably we'll have a problem with the healthcare worker that you're training. So there is a fundamental problem in our training. So to answer a little bit, KMTC has been known, actually colleges have been known to produce skill-based, skill-based. And sometimes they're the ones who will find in the evening with patients. The advanced ones, they have a bachelor's of science probably. Somebody says I have a bachelor of science in nothing, so I should be a manager. So I should oversee what everybody is doing. So in the evening when everybody has gone home, we find maybe the skills, the people with more skills with the patients, they are the ones patients consult. I didn't attend the morning session, but you look at why are our patients going to spiritual leaders? Maybe they are going to herbalists. Why are they going there as a first point of contact? It's because these people can have the practical skills of listening. Do they have the knowledge? No. Should match the knowledge, the skills and the affective. So we can produce people who can be services centered. The issue is patient centered. If you have a very good surgeon, a doctor, patient centered,
that thought process. So question goes to Dr. Having as a director of clinical science, sometimes we get into institutions and we find some undesirable professional culture. Doctors or nurses or clinicians behave in this institution, and the new people will be told we cannot do that here. So you might find that you come in from a different background, different experience, and sometimes you want to bring some desirable practice into the institution. What comments do you have about undesirable culture for healthcare providers that might actually impact patient-centered care?
Thank you for that question. To tell a story, there were two fish swimming along together. One fish says to the other fish, the water. And the other fish says, what's that? Story of culture, of course. Culture is the water that we swim in. And culture, the shared values, the shared associations, the shared reaction. Someone mentioned earlier that the African culture places a lot of value on relationships and family. When we're talking about the patient, we have to take into account the family's wishes as well, not just the patient alone. That's a cultural statement. Step into a place that has a culture, it's really sort of the way things are done here. So your question is really, how do we change a culture? The culture is better. Obviously, to return to the fish analogy, it's like the fish that are swimming in it. The culture is, right? The culture is created by all of the people. The more influential you are in that organization, behavior, culture. It's not, you say, that it's the culture, right? Talking about values. We're discussing today, behavior does not say that. That's what effect that has on the culture. It's like being a parent. What you say has very little effect compared to what you do. Change the culture in your home. First thing to do is go look in the mirror. What do you have on the culture? And if you can get other people together and encourage them and influence them and say, let us try to change the culture here. And if you're talking about how important it is to treat patients well, when you yourself are treating patients well, when your stomach is full of food and you're happy, at 2 a.m. you are not treating patients well, it's a signal you're sending to everybody. Changing the culture is look around and see who has a strong influence on the culture. Oftentimes it's a very influential person in the group. Maybe it's the handpicked leader or someone who generates so much income or does some surgery no one else can do, act however they want. And they have a very bad, if they have a very bad effect on the culture, then you have a, you were saying. If it's a powerful leader, you have to, I hate to say this because it sounds sort of nihilistic, but you have to get rid of that person sometimes. You change the culture. Eliminate the person who is toxic to the culture and who is so high in the organization that they have a profound effect on the culture. Not easy. No easy answers. I think, first of all, like the fish who started talking, you have to be aware of the culture. You have to be aware of the water. What does the water taste like? So first, before you change the problem, identify the problem. Start thinking, the culture here is bad. What is wrong with the culture? Just tell one more story. As we drove in this morning, I came with 2 people who trained at KNH. Said, guards here are nicer than they were before. We had trouble finding parking, and the guard was so helpful. I think that's a positive sign of the culture. How are the guards acting? How are the patient attendants acting? There's a story of John Kennedy touring a space center. He went to the man mopping the floor, and he said, "What do you do here?" And the floor said, "We send people into space." Right? That's the good culture there. The guards, the patient attendants, the person cleaning the floor, they're swimming in that same water. So they're a good measure of how the culture is.
Dr. John, working in a new institution, what can you say about maybe strategies for creating good culture?
Thank you very much for the question. In terms of, I've been lucky to work in public hospitals for a while, and I've also had the opportunity to be amongst the first in case that. So strategy, long-term strategies and the short-term strategies. But in terms of what I saw, the first thing which we had was the interview process. Selection of the people who come there. A rigorous process. If you attended an interview there, it's less about the technical, ask you about anastomosis and all those things. Questions which are tailored to see how you respond to certain situations. Try to look at those other non-soft issues. In the various directorates, there is a proper induction process for who are coming on a full-time basis. About what the big picture is, what
vision of the facility is look at our vision, the patient centered, specifically. As has been alluded to by some of my colleagues, whole issue patient-centered care is driven from the top. It's a matter at frontline level. So the board is the idea of patient-centered care. Management pushes that same agenda. The HOD trickle down to all the staff. So strategy of involving everyone makes it a bit easier. Of course, there'll still be challenges. Of course, you'll still get in new staff who come in and they have maybe they're not bought fully into this. So for those, and it's just about constant reminders. One of the challenges which was mentioned earlier is communication. I think us as medics, nurses, all healthcare providers, communication is a big issue. So it's something which requires a constant reinforcement. It requires constant reinforcement. As the director of clinical services, when in my normal day basis, get patient concerns. Okay. Some come as complaints, some come as agreements, some come as how you can make something better. Have a proper process handling those concerns. Clear timelines of how to resolve a patient or a relative concern. With that, it ensures that you are very active and you react appropriately to a particular concern. I can give an example of the COVID situation. I'm sure you're all aware that at one point KU was labeled the COVID hospital, which we are trying to, thank God COVID has come down, so we are much more than a COVID hospital. One of the complaints was that patients are brought into the hospital, put in an isolation ward, locked up there. Some of them, they run out of charge of their phones. So the relatives on this side can't communicate with them. So they don't know whether you are COVID sister, brother, father, mother, how are they faring? Whether they've been moved to ICU and all that. So one of the biggest issues was that relatives and family needed to get contact patient who is stuck inside there. You remember those days, even as a healthcare practitioner, if you're going to see a COVID patient, you put on those moon suits and everything, just go and see a patient. So, so what we started was relative feedback, where every day at 4 p.m. after the ward round, the doctors would, from the ward, would meet relatives, the next of kin, of course, people who are authorized to get information on the patient, and give a feedback on how the patient is faring, especially if there's a drastic change in condition. But we've just carried it over, even post-COVID, we still do that. That allays a lot of these issues which you hear from communication. So in short, there are a lot of things which we do in terms of long-term, short-term strategies, but what I'd say is that with regard to this, you must have leadership right from the top to down. There must be constant communication.
To read some comments from Professor Ndwati. She sent her apologies for not being able to join us. I will read them as we go along with the discussion. So she says patient-centered care is an old principle, and that is very true. This is not a new thing that we are starting to discuss in 2023. If you do your research when the medical ethics started, there has been a transition from the era of the doctor, it's all. The patient also has the right to be involved in decision making and in their care, and therefore continued need for us to keep improving the condition, the environment, both for the healthcare provider and for the patient, to enable us to have that environment that can enable patient-centered care. We have our challenges sometimes that contribute to the poor organizational culture, for example, having reduced number of staff, and some of our staff have burnout because of very many hours. We need to remember to have empathy for the patient. So this question is going to all the panelists. We'll give you time to respond. What skills can we transfer to our students or those healthcare providers who come to work with us in our institution? Maybe at a personal level, what do you encourage the senior colleagues to transfer to the young ones?
Thank you. Yes, all our students, they really learn a lot from us, just the way they observe us doing things. Yes, so just the way we keep ourselves, things like being timely, you know, keeping time. And things like communication, the way we talk, the way we give our patients time as we listen, listening skill is a very important skill, because unless we let our students or those who observe us get that from us, there's no way, you know, they can take it. An important aspect of training, because we all know most medical training curricula are full of knowledge base, a lot of things, you know. Sometimes miss out time and soft skills. That's why we should be very, very keen on how we behave, how we talk, how we listen, questioning, just how we question they should see that or hear that tone of respect. Our patients or clients.
Agree with what you have said. I don't think there's much to add, except specifically one thing that I wish I had been taught more during my training, to deal with complications, to address it when things don't go. I recall that my teachers would go off by themselves like it was a shameful thing that would not be part of, and go off and talk to the patient. If they were sued, I mean, we had no idea that they were sued or with a lawsuit. When he was finished, that was an area for me. I did not know how to deal with patients and how of telling family and the patient exactly what happened, and admitting to a mistake, even apologizing. That's all. I feel like I had to figure it out on my own in one sense, and it's certainly a skill that every practicing physician, clinician is going to need to know how to do. So exclude, even if you have to hear the you and respect, you have to hear you say, "I made a mistake. I was wrong." So to model that.
Thank you. I'm very brief in this. I think for me, the most important skill which a senior colleague should pass to a junior, upcoming doctors, nurses, and all the professionals. I think it's empathy. We really must put our the patient. As has been said previously, all of us using the new definition, but I learned the new definition of patient. So I mean, we must learn to put ourselves in the patient's shoes. That's critical. Diligence, important, to be diligent, and this starts from the senior most. As Dr. here mentioned, for me, I usually tell my consultants are the make a level 6. The difference between a level 6 and a dispensary and health is that I have a lot of skills. So consultants, they must set an example. You are the consultant who comes in, that's what we used to call a business round, you know. You need to go to buy, then you disappear after 1 hour, you know. Not everybody thinks, because if the boss is the one who is coming for 30 minutes and you disappear, you know, you go to, you ask the what to prepare a list for theater, you are meeting the patient the first time in theater, you know, you didn't even do a pre-op evaluation. That's the must rub off from the consultant to the junior, everybody actually. So for me, I really focus the consultant. You come to a level 6 hospital, but we look up, even if you're the latest employee to be employed, you're the new pediatric surgeon.
You walk into that room as a pediatric surgeon, everybody looks up at you and expects guidance and information on what to do next. So really focus on those. I'm sure maybe you've had a lot of consultants are each about coming today. Because you know, if you are the ones who want to come for 1 hour and you disappear, tutakuwa na shida. Final thing is about active listening. You must be an active listener. People who listen and they are half on their phone, they're on Facebook, they're on their computer. And while you're doing HMIS, some people have this system. In our hospital, we have HMIS. You don't write on files. So, clinicians, you want to write on the computer as you're listening to the patient. So it sends a very funny signal to the patient that you're not really listening to them. If you're listening, you focus on the patient, you can ask some few questions in between. That is critical. So those are for me, those are the things. There might be others. Thank you.
I ran a personal development program under the university that is called Wired for Excellence. And like what you asked, if I would give advice to a professional, or even my students and those who are practicing, I could come up with about 16 areas of self-improvement, include listening, leadership, decision-making, all those ones. But I blow my all that includes all that by this philosophy of treat each other like you would like to be treated, or take the other person, either a mentee or a patient or any other individual you find on the road, treat them the way you'd like to be treated. And I think that one I tell all my students, that when you're dealing with a patient, remember this, and this is what I was told by my mentor. Every one day you'll be old and you go back to the village. And they will take you to the hospital next door. So he told me, make sure that you mentor and train and healthcare professionals to some extent that when you go with dementia, you know nothing. You're old, you're sick, and you have a catheter. That person will be able to treat you well. And that changes everything. It changes the game plan on how teachers teach nurses and doctors and healthcare managers. It changes the way you as a practitioner, as a professional, do your work every day. There's one more thing I found interesting, and I want to share it. I don't know whether it will touch wrong now. I was told by my pastor that there was a taxi driver who had carried children. It was during COVID time. And the pastor was worried because the taxi driver kept on saying, I'm coming, I'll be there for a time. Then he thought this taxi driver is kidnapping his children. He asked the taxi driver, how can I trust you? You know what the driver said? You can trust me because I'm a Muslim. That's what the taxi driver said. And I kept on asking, what is it that Muslim that can make you be trusted? What is it? And the question I keep on asking myself, what is the need that in a healthcare professional that can make them be trusted by patients? That they will be answerable to them, they will give them options, they will consider them, they will love them, they will explain that to them. And I think I realized that it could be an inborn characteristics or a talent that you get, training. It could also be accountability. If you're Christian, you're accountable to someone other than your employer. If you're Muslim, you feel like you're accountable to the patient. Before the CEO, you're accountable to the patient. No, before you feel you're accountable to the CEO or your manager, you're accountable first of all too. So I usually say that because when you start from that level, you'll be able now to explain why are you listening to the patient? Why are you explaining? Why do you respect them? Why are you going to school? Again, you cannot be uneducated and pretend that you're going to provide quality services. You have to go for that master's degree or bachelor's degree. You have to improve your knowledge, go to school, get educated. Please come to our universities and our program. farm so that you're educated, go for that professional certification program, become good at what you do. Then, based on the skills and the heart, that to be accountable to. Because the heart, I mean, you can't tell the intention. Sometimes you're moving a bedpan from a patient, looking at them in a way that you're burdened. So that patient will not like it. Well, remove the bedpan or whatever you're doing, but the patient feels that the way your heart is not good. Go to another profession, not meet that merit, because then you'll be accountable at one point. And when all is done, and you're going back to the village, probably start thinking, this patient I left with the person throughout the night, patient I misdiagnosed, I operated on the wrong, I did this. Those things will follow you at some point.
This is my final question. So there have been discussions about toxic work environment. Actually, during the latest internship posting, there was a post on the doctors group on Facebook with the internship centers to avoid have toxic consultants that force some interns to duck under beds or to hide when the consultant comes out during the ward round. And I think some of our colleagues might be named as these toxic people and they might not be realizing that they're toxic. So my question is, how do we become better role models for those with, whether they're senior or junior to us, and how do we help our colleagues, the ones who are being termed to be toxic? Question to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I will always start from the training. As I said, I come from an institution that trains a large volume of health workers. All these things start from the way the training, the way we were trained. When you place the center wrong, teacher feels that everything is the content, is the author of knowledge. Learner has no space, Yes, those are some of the things that we noticed when we were looking at our curricula. After some of them for over 70 years, we realized that these things were not helpful. They were making the teacher, the learning to be the teacher. Students had no space to learn on their own. And I think we carry this even to practice, where the consultant feels that is the author and everything, and this creates a feeling. You make the learner feel less or hopeless and feels as if he has no space to learn. During that change, the teachers who are there, happened, I was there, and then when we were changing this, we had to be trained, become coaches instead of lecturers, We became facilitators of learning, not the lecturers, as we thought we were. See? So anybody in that position of mentoring should be a facilitator. Somebody who should make learning easy, interesting, enjoyable. And I think for a long time, we thought that medicine is learned best in an area where there is intimidation. Yes, you read quite a number of literatures out there, but your senior consultant could tell you anything. You are listening, like my grandmother, or perhaps my grandmother is listening better than you. So such talk. But in the current space, that is where we are in, where now the center is the customer, patient-centered. Yeah. That person, right, has needs, and those needs must be met. He must be a partner in his learning, and just yes. So I think that's what I can say. We have a duty to do, us who are teachers or us who are mentoring people. We have a lot to do.
with those two people I came with, we were thinking a lot about bad physician behavior. And we actually have a speaker coming in, well, he's going to virtually. His name is Gerald Hickson, and he's an expert on the subject. And I was reading some of his articles, and in one article said he would go into a hospital and as a physician consultant and in a hospital in a toxic environment to the director of clinical services, and the director of clinical services would say, I already know who you're going to adopt, right? If you have these centers where the toxic behavior is going on, I'm sure if someone said, you ended up on the list of toxic hospitals, they would, I know this person, right? Sometimes it is actually people in leadership who are creating these toxic environments, and they're tolerated. And maybe they're tolerated because they're bringing in money, maybe they're tolerated because they can future, maybe they're tolerated because they get a lot of patients referred to the hospital. For whatever reason, leadership has accepted the fact that they are toxic people. There's some other value they bring to the hospital. So if I was in charge of a place like that, I would say, I would try to figure out, why is this person so valuable? There are actually techniques. I'm not an expert in them. I just know from reading that there are techniques that are available described dealing with toxic individuals. Sometimes the result is their behavior changes because the expectation is laid out for them. This behavior is not acceptable. Sometimes their behavior doesn't change and they have to go. But that really comes down to that, to the leadership saying to that person in particular, this is not acceptable. We will not tolerate this anymore. If they say, I'm going to take my millions of patient shillings elsewhere, is that okay? Is that okay with you to lose this guy? That's maybe the cost of having a good culture in the hospital.
I think I saw that debate thing. When I'll admit I didn't read through all those comments, but I thought I knew why. The definition of toxic, and I thought maybe the definition of toxic in Kenya is different. Yeah. So in Kenya, when they say the environment is toxic, it means the consultants are very harsh. That's what they mean. So, I for a short while. So the toxicity in that aspect is what Dr. was mentioning about how people learned medicine. That they thought learning medicine was like walking through fire. You know, the consultants are very harsh, drilled, you know, that kind of training, not really a facilitated kind of training. So that some people can change, others will get stuck in their ways, that with time you'll get a newer crop leaders who have learned how to pass knowledge in a better way without being intimidating. And so that aspect I know of toxicity was about long working hours, where you know you have worked the whole weekend, you're still expected to be coming back to work, you know, like in that hospital, typically you find there are very few interns. So you work 48 hours the whole weekend, Monday you're still expected to be in the ward round, and no one cares whether you slept or not. So I mean, with time, this changes. Nowadays, like in most facilities, people stick to the 160-hour rule. So 160 hours shift, you take the time off. Hope that with that, the level of the toxicity is defined in terms of working hours, that will sort of get less. Overall, I think the issue of addressing toxicity, as Dr. said, is about identifying. Typically, you get just a few people, and the ones who can actually read that culture with proper recruitment, with constant discussions, constant meetings, find ways of sorting out these particularly difficult people. Finally, you'll find even some of the younger people whom you think have gone through a better training, they still exhibit the old cultures of, you know, being a taskmaster, passing knowledge. So those ones is something which just with constant meetings, constant discussions, you find that you generally try to shape them.
In many reviews of hospitals and operations and healthcare system, I've realized have a problem even understanding the word toxicity, terms of measurement, characteristics, and such. And we've been having this discussion, and I think as a healthcare system, we need to do is to, beyond training and posting them into the field, how do we measure and measure attitude and performance? Because toxicity may have nothing to do with the technical capability, it has everything to do with the person and characteristics and qualities that make them toxic. I run an association of health system managers whom 80% of the members are doctors. We have nurses, all other professions, including administrators who do not have clinical background. And what I've seen is that we had to sanction two people, senior consultant. Up to one was actually administrative consultant, chief officer of health in some counties. And then there was a younger professional who came on, and the communication that went between them was not so good. And we really had to find ways of sanction. We probably have to build a system that is able to that toxicity and measure and say this is not acceptable in a professional setup. I was asking the question, which organizations do that on a larger scale? I know for police, there is a police oversight authority for health sector. We have a KNH that is trying to provide some oversight on professional and practice for everybody. Okay. And trying to put together system to provide sanctions for professional conduct. So that has something to do with professional conduct, either in training or even in practice. I'm thinking we should have forums where complaints are received by Health Professionals Oversight Authority to address some of the issues that concern hospital. Could be a hospital, a culture in a hospital where interns and medical students don't want to go. It's not good. So there should be complaints addressed to H4 to try and sanction hospitals, because hospitals tolerate. And I was going back to talking about, we are really focusing on clinical terms and we forget the administrative. Because what I see at KUTTRH and other model facilities, including KNH and National Hospital, I really want to congratulate you because I have seen improvement, a lot of improvement over the last 10 years on your responsiveness for patients. I've seen that. I've participated in some of your series. And what I was trying to say, it is condoned, related sometimes by administrative. The policies you come up with, guidance you provide, can tolerate toxicity in hospitals. I congratulate hospitals that take it upon themselves. This organization is superior than individuals. So administrative policies, clinical decisions are made, and administrative decisions are made to correct behaviors that are not patient or workforce best practices. We don't have models. I was in a whole day conversation with a certain media group the other day on, because they have led in, there was Dr. Matthew Correll and all these people trying to sell the story that is, tell us the story that is good. So we do not have really good models for facilities. Whatever they call with awards, and I'm not criticizing, should really focus not just on the patient's responses and responses, but should also focus on institutional culture, clinical performance, the way they treat patients efficiently, look at what are these indicators that we can measure hospitals, so that we function hospitals where it's very hard for professionals to work, but also where patients are not cared for in the right way. We cannot continue with things.
Just to throw a spanner into the work, to this toxicity, would that be a generational issue?
I hear people already asking this. So now we'll have our parting shot, just a few seconds each, as we wind up this discussion.
Thank you. To say that patient-centered care is all about care that you look at a person in terms of physical, the psycho-spiritual, and social aspect of the person. Because many a times you are done so well in the physical, no, we are so centered in the disease rather than the illness or rather than the person. This care that is now to take us shift is towards taking care of the patient's health needs rather than the disease. Referring to patients, person, not as cases, you know, and all we listen, real colleagues, what they talk, what they have gone through when they were referred to as cases, how they felt, rather than being.
Yeah, I think the story that Manila was telling, I don't see her here anymore. Yes, it's about the professor using you as a teaching without your consent and just talking about you. I was struck actually at the times I might have done that as well. Even like people who if an operation will not benefit this person or is unrespectable. I mean, I probably haven't thought of the effect the patient is sitting on. Yeah, it's about valuing the person, and I guess in the mirror first of all.
My parting shot is just to the whole thing from KNH. I think you've done a good job. I wish I brought a bigger team from KNH. I think the next invitation I'm going to bring a wider team from KU. I think patient-centered care is something which should be at the heart of each organization, and it brings dividends. Brings a good reputation to a facility. It increases turnover. It comes, I think, little cost in terms of you incur in terms of spending time to the patient is worth it. It has good outcomes. So mine is just to encourage everyone to come from a system where we, as has been said, that where it was the provider is the master of everything, giving the information to the patient. Now we have a lot of patients who have information also. So we need to always try to, as much as possible, listen actively. Most importantly, try to utilize what you had to get your level of care to reflect the patient's needs. Thank you.
I will refer to Professor Munene, who is a good friend of mine on DTEC, and one day he asked me, Frederick, what is this that you are saying is a product to put into the market? He himself is a veterinary surgeon. I have to put that as a claim. So he is a veterinary surgeon. He says how they are trained, how surgeons are trained, the veterinary surgeons or veterinarian, that you are going to end up working in a village where the clients, their unit of work is the cattle, a cow. And the owner of the cow is a woman who speaks Swahili, like my mom. My mom is stuck somewhere in Tundu. So her Swahili is Kikuyu, version of Kikuyu. Then I taught how to communicate to these women. You are probably Okalean, you do not know Kikuyu in one that sounds Swahili, that sounds Kikuyu. And the cows they treat not talk. So they have to observe, they have to analyze, they have to come up with a diagnosis. If they don't come up with a diagnosis with the call precision, maybe the cow is going to die, to 48 hours. So they have to do it fast, they have to do it without money. They come back, they have very good relationship. The veterinary people are very good relationship with mothers in the village. My mom tells me I owe my 1,000 shillings. Because they treat animals even without money. So then he said, Professor Munir, to go back to how you're training doctors, back to how you're training us. With the product you're giving us, here, we do not want. What he said. So I'm doing this because it has to be a challenge with everyone, even including us. I assume that patient doesn't start by patient. Assume that patient, you do not and come up with a concrete diagnosis. What do you need to make up a decision on the diagnosis of that patient? In terms of money, I had one of the presenters say that she was educated on NHIF. That is a problem. Patient-centered care. So the patient doesn't have the money. How do you mean for them to pay? So think about a surgeon, a veterinary surgeon, think about a veterinary doctor, and think about how we should remold our healthcare patient-centered care to look like the way we treat animals. Then we will be able to configure ourselves in our training, also in our practice. And if you need that training, you can always do. I know some of the things I know about daughters is that if you're trained in one line, sometimes you do not get to see what others know. I've seen some of the surgeons, the doctors who come for health system management courses, and they found themselves with nurses and with lab technology. They started understanding other professionals, started understanding the patient. Because if you train somebody to be very good clinical, they can make very good clinical decisions, but they cannot make good administrative decisions that has to do with safety and money and everything. They will not be able to help the patient.
Comment from Professor Ndwati is that the system that includes ourselves, we need to be responsive about the time it takes from suspicion of a diagnosis to actually initiating patients on treatment. This is part of how we can improve patient care. To give an example, that in pediatrics, a cancer diagnosis can take up to 3 months from the time a baby sees the doctor to the time a diagnosis is made. So really, as we're talking about patient-centered care, we need to empathize and put ourselves in the shoes of the patient. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to our panelists for accepting.
Asanteni sana kwa kuwa watu ambao ni wakarimu. Tumetiana zawadi ya makofi, lakini ningependa muitiane kwa heshima ambayo inafaa panelists ambayo iko mbele yetu. Asanteni sana panelists kwa mazungumzo hayo. So zawadi ambayo tuwapatia tupate ile 5 ninyi wengi mmebatizwa kwa hiyo injili, si ndio? Factor 5 mnajua, so mnapeana factor 5 ya mkono, unapeana 1 2 3 4 5, alafu na hiyo unaipeana kwa mguu, sawa? Kwa sababu sasa mwili wako wote lazima uchangamshwe, usijaribu kulala na kusinzia. So 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, and 4 then 3 up to maliza, sawa? Then by the time tunamaliza atakuwa tayari, tunapeana zawadi pale. And tayari? Okay, sana. Okay, let's go. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. The problem there. So hili kitukuzwe. Sawa Madam Ogutu? Sawa. Na makasoro imetokea. Hitilafu lazima irekebishwe. Haya, twende. 1 2 3 4 5. Kuna zawadi mtapewa pale na kuna picha ambayo itapigwa hapo. As we give that, tunapopeana hiyo zawadi, ningependa kuwasihi kwamba muwe watu ambao tutatulia, kwa sababu pia tunaona masaa yamesonga muda kidogo, lakini kwa sababu siku hii tuliitenga na tukaiteua na tuna lengo na kusudi ambalo tungependa kutimiza siku ya leo, tuwe tu na subira kwa dakika chache. Tunaingia kwa session ya mwito Tukimaliza hiyo session, kutoka hapa hakutakuwa na haja ya kurudi hapa tena. Kwa hiyo tuwe wavumilivu ili tuweze kumaliza hiyo session. Tutajaribu kuenda kwa kasi na tuhakikishe kwamba kuna jambo ambalo limekosa kushughulikiwa. Kwa hivyo wanapopokea zawadi zao na wanaporejea kwenye viti vyao, tunakaribisha panelists wa session yetu ya mwisho ya siku hii ya leo. Tupate Senior Sergeant Rukunga, Kenya Prison Services, NHIF. Kindly, if you are present, find your way to the okay. Na ndio hapo kwa NHIF tutaweka tubaki na Senior Sergeant John Rukunga, Kenya Prison Services. Karibu sana. The next panelist, Miss Rachel Mbanje, CHW, National Council of Justice in Kenya. Kindly find your way. Asante sana. Then Mr. Ezekiel Kimani, Assistant Director, Nairobi County Children's Services. You're with us? Present? Let's guest present. Ezekiel Kimani. He was here earlier. Probably ikiwa kuna mtu anamuona ama something, you know where. Yes. Then Joan Kagema, Senior Nursing Officer, Kenyatta National Hospital. Kindly find your way into the podium. Wapewe maji tafadhali, maji yapatikane pale kwa sababu kuna joto pia. Na kukaribisha mtu ambaye tutasaidiana naye kwenye session hii, UoN Ruth Nyasikera. Karibu sana Ruth.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Also, last session, we beg for your indulgence. We will try to hurry up. We also have to run as much as we can from our team that is here. As you heard, my name is Ruth Nyasikera. I just want to ask our panelists to briefly introduce themselves, just briefly.
Good afternoon. Rukunga John is my name. I'm a Senior Sergeant, currently working as a prison headquarters, but attached to Kenyatta National Hospital here as a social welfare officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tatema. I think many of you are working with me. I'm a respiratory nurse. At the same time, I also have a lot of knowledge in epilepsy. I'm an epilepsy trained nurse. And also, I do advocacy of people with special needs, what I call the developmental disorders, including those that are in autism, cerebral palsy, ADHD, and other issues, parents, young parents, and those that are coming up, because I think the studies are showing that we are getting more of children with developmental disorders, and we need to carry on and also help them, and even in our facilities. And my appeal would be maybe it's too early, even in our training and even in our what we are calling patient-centered, on how do we take care of those patients, of those clients, of those customers, especially. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Nambaje from Rwanda. I'm a refugee. I'm a worker from NCCK in the area, Dagoretti North, South, and Kikuyu, even a small part from Western. Thank you.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the powerful panelists here for your time. We hope to learn as much as we can from you. This far, I want to mention that this session is about promotion of patient-centered care for special populations. So if I was to ask who are special populations, it will take time to answer from the audience. But I want to remind all of us today that we shall discover that we are in that category as special population. If we have not before, because it spans all the way from children to the elderly, the persons living with disabilities, to the special groups and populations in prison, and then those who are in the homeless, and then many more that we are able to enlist. So we have the privilege of understanding that we might be part of this group if we have not been, but I believe all of us have been children. This we've been in a special, vulnerable group. Now, I want to acknowledge that the KNH organizational culture is very cognizant of the fact that the patient is the focus. You look at our vision, it's very clear, patient-centered. You look at our core values for KNH, the first is customer focused. So really, this conversation is important, and this particular forum is evidence of how the hospital has prioritized patient focus in the provision of specialized care. And that is why we have this opportunity. And we are saying nothing about me without me. So nothing about special populations, vulnerable populations without us, isn't it? We agree on that. I want to say one more thing, but a person living, a vulnerable person is someone belonging to a group within society that is either oppressed or more susceptible to harm. That is my very layperson definition. The various panelists here represent different groups that are considered vulnerable or special populations. Kindly, I would like to hear from each one of us the groups we are representing, because all of us represent a certain population. Share a bit of what are some of the unmet needs of the populations that you're representing here today, that you serve.
Good afternoon once again. Like I said, I'm Rukunga John, representing the prisons department in this particular case. And this is because we have so many inmates who are coming to Kenyatta on daily basis for different health issues. And then we also have those of us who are, those are inmates who are admitted here. And so it was seen necessary for the department to have a group of us who are able to work with to work with the hospital. And by the way, allow me to appreciate Kenyatta National Hospital for giving the prisons department that opportunity, because we have a prison within Kenyatta. This perhaps have never come up because we have an officer in charge here who helps us through this entire process. Now, I've been looking at it through, and let me say, for us, we have more to appreciate than to complain, because by virtue of us, by virtue of having a team from prisons who are specifically stationed here to work with the hospital personnel, that has quite a lot in the challenges that we would experience, that our clients would experience. Although we are getting along, it's getting better and better because of, again, like I said, our presence here. So for now, I wouldn't allow me not want to compare the prisoners and the rest of the group. And I was actually categorizing prisoners and I was looking at children, prisoners, are some of the people whose needs have been slightly attended to, because there is no time a prisoner will come to hospital without the supervision of a trained officer, which makes it easy for the prisoner to get assistance. it's like also there is no single time a child will walk, or maybe a few cases when a child can walk to Kenyatta National Hospital without support of the parents. So for us, I would say, as the prisons department, we have more to appreciate because we are able to negotiate where we have some challenges. We are able to get there and work with the team, and we really have fewer challenges. The other day I was talking to the in-charge billing section, and he was telling me, we're negotiating on how we can even have a section where the inmates are being handled a bit more specific. And of course, by virtue of them being our clients being inmates, their needs are they are a bit key, and there is that need. But like I was saying, in our case, a lot has been done, and we have more to appreciate and to request for, because we are working with the hospital like in every other whatever.
Just before you pass it, I will give you a few more minutes later to tell us more of the things you are saying you do a lot for this population. So for the rest of the panelists, as you tell us, before you delve into the challenges, what is your doing for your special population? What are the services like? How is the access to those services? And how can we promote child-centered care among those populations before we go to the challenges?
Thank you, Senior, my mentor. Thank you for the team, for the staff that have come, and for the conference and the facilitators. In this hospital, I think I'm one person who has really advocated for special needs in what we call the human rights for disability. People should understand the language that we use in terms of disability. And the other thing is about, in our focus, as we have changed, the focus was always on the physical, the hearing, the physical challenge, and the blind. But now we have another category that nobody has ever thought about and speaking about. Talk about children with cerebral palsy. We maybe have children, we maybe have adults. They are all growing as normal. We have, like tomorrow, we are celebrating the Autism World Day. Tomorrow, day that is celebrated. Despite that, we may not be having in Kenyatta, more else will be doing something for children. For what I'm doing for me is, I've been working with groups, parents, with children, with special needs and adults. Even those that have got epilepsy, we have been working together even with metro leaders in terms, because all of them, because of developmental disorders, we also have epilepsy with them. We have other foundations, they grow. And we have come up with a program that we even pulled up the young mothers. During our time, as I speak here, I'm a mother of 2 special children, young adults. And when I'm walking around, nobody can say because it's not written on my face. And I know the challenges that we went during our time. But today, we speak it freely. We're coming out with mothers that even they are not being told even when they deliver because like where Mrs. Monyoro, the Dr. Monyoro was speaking, and the team about the communication skills, it's very key when you have a child with special needs. Even from the time that the child has been delivered from the labor ward, how you handle those news is very important. So mine is to come up with walking the journey, because you cannot be able to walk alone because you don't know what to do. In a child with an autistic, how do you do it with issues of behavior and other things that come issues with children? So mine is to empower young mothers, we work together with other groups and also with the National Council of Persons with Disabilities by registering them, empowering them, and even work together with the NHIF so that they are fully covered. For any parent with a child with a special need, if you have an NHIF, it covers
everything for that child. But you have also to register the child for National Council, because that one is a government data, I think that the government database, and so they have to be covered also with that area, so that they can, the services that are required, even in terms of education, in terms of occupational therapy, all those things, we also have to come to the National Council of Persons living with disabilities or having disability, irrespective of which challenge. And also the terms that we use in terms of disability, like in children with the Down syndrome. Down syndrome, they are normal children, they are looking, it's only that they have a problem of the chromosome of 21, and that is why we celebrate them at March. It was being celebrated in March 21st for Down syndrome. So yeah, I think that is one thing that we come up with as a people, because we also have our people, our staff, with even with special children, so that we can be able to empower and also come up with other things that we can be able to empower even other parents within the hospital and out of the hospital. Thank you.
Okay, sometimes my English is not that good, so sometimes I prefer to use Kiswahili because this is my job. Most of the time I use Kiswahili. So first of all, ningependa kushukuru Kenyatta National Hospital kwa vile wamekuwa wakipokea refugees, hawana ubaguzi na hawana ile kutenga kusema you are not Kenyan, ama ile yenye unaweza enda pahali waseme kama hujalipa, first of all hatutakuhudumia ama hatutakushughulikia. So first, nimewashukuru sana kwa hiyo. Our people wakikuja huku Kenyatta kwa mnawashughulikia. So kazi yangu kwa ground mingi ni kutembelea watu wenye wako vulnerable PSN, na huwa hatubagui kusema ati ni Kenya kama ni refugees. Tukiwa kwa ground, kesi ni ya kila mtu. Hiyo ndio tunaamini ama ndio tunahubiri huko kwa ground. So kazi yetu ilikuwa ni rahisi sana. Kwa mimi nasemanga watu wenye wako kwa office sometimes unaona watu wakiwa kwa ground, unaona ikiwa more easier to them. Lakini kazi ngumu yenye tunafanya, I think mtu akiweza toka kwa office kama leo uende kwa ground, work like 8 hours per day, ukijaribu kuhimiza watu ama kuwaelimisha muhimu wa elimu, unajua zile challenges zenye tunapatana nazo. So kazi yangu sana sana ni kufundisha watu wote, sibagui sana sana wakweni watu wazee Kenyans, refugees, watu wenye wako na disability, watu wenye wako underage, kuko na refugees wenye wako huku Kenya kama watoto wenye walikuja bila wazazi. So kazi yetu sana sana ni kuwahimiza fanya kitu yoyote, kwa sababu tunasemanga bila uhai ama bila maisha mazuri hata upewe milioni ngapi haiwezi kukusaidia. So kazi yetu sana sana ni kuwahimiza mambo ya afya, kufuatilia mikutano zenye zinafundisha mambo ya afya. Kazi yangu nyingine yenye nafanya sana sana ni mambo ya mobilizing, na pia link between NCCA refugees na Kenyatta. Or sometimes unaweza kuta kuna refugees wenye wamepata kama accident, wameletwa kama huko Kenyatta. First of all, daktari hawatamuuliza yeye ni wapi, maybe hata hajielewi, watamshughulikia. Lakini sasa ikitoka hapo, kutahitajika kama mambo ya maripo. So hapo ndio tuna chipping, karibu kutetea my fellow refugees. Sasa NCCK wanapata kitu yenye inaitwa referral, inaweza kuleta mambo ya bill, na pia huwa tunadili na NHIF, tunahimiza refugees jiandikisha. Hatuwezi simamia wote, hatuna hiyo uwezo. So tunawahimiza waende wajifanye registration kwa NHIF, na government ilitupokea kabisa, wanatusaidia. NHIF huwa zinafanya za outpatient na inpatient. Asanteni.
Thank you. I think you have started us off well, umetuelezea vyema zaidi, na ningependa kuuliza kwamba okay, tuendelee sana. I wanted to ask, there unmet health needs. I have heard a bit of yes, there is advocacy. Is it now widely known? I want to add a bit on that, and then the issue around the financing. I'll be curious to hear how the prison financing is done. At the hospital, they come. I don't know whether we are well in nature. Please talk about one unmet need that you think is an area to your focus going forward to improve patient-centered care.
Okay. For me, the one unmet need, especially for those terminally ill inmates who are admitted here. The other day, we were visiting with Chaplain Joyce, and I remember one of them telling me, anataka kunywa soda. So, and I was like, no, is it soda or fruit? And then you people are telling us here, there's nothing for me without me. So, I like thought that way, went and bought the Coca-Cola he required. So, I'm thinking, for the inmates who are not visited like every other, because like the others are able to get whatever, these kind of special attentions from their families, I wish maybe something would be done, especially on those particular cases where we have a prisoner who is here for a month or two, and they are going through a process that you are sure is not headed in the right direction. The feeding is maybe that usual diet. I don't know, maybe something around the diet, and especially concerning those. And then I think that's it on that. Yeah.
There's so much unmet need in children, not only children, even adults, because we do admit them. We do admit children. In our setup, and I have the KMTC representative here, we have a training in our curriculum in nursing on how to take care of children with special needs or people with disabilities. Those are some of them unmet needs that we have in terms of care. And the other thing that we talked about is about we listen, we care. That is our number. But do we really listen to the caregiver of these children? Do we really listen? Yes. If a mother tells, I can see this child is do we listen? When you have an autistic child is running about here and there, it's got a sporadic growth. Have we really thought about, is it really normal? A child to jump everywhere, bringing everything down? Really? Really? Those are some of the unmet things. People don't understand when the issue how you can identify that a child is an autistic. Even us as health workers, it's also difficult. And even it's good that of late we're having the pediatrics, we have a pediatric the developmental training so that we can be able to help our children as they come up. So when we talk about meeting needs, there are so many. In a child who have a cerebral palsy, she may be having an palsy. At the same time, she may be having a conversion. So how do you distinguish? Is that a child with an autism, she may be non-verbal or verbal. We have adults who are verbal and non-verbal. How do you communicate? How do we talk? Do we listen to the caregiver? A parent says that he's going to stay with that child. They're up with arms. No, it's big. The policy does not say that. Have you listened to that mother? Have you listened to that caregiver? Those are so many unmet needs for children, even for the adult. Because you only see about the small one, out of the big one. They grow into puberty. We have a time to listen. They are going to the stage of their bodies, reproductive health. We really listen. We ask, what is the mother, that parent or where the caregiver went through?
So those are some many of the unmet needs. Communication, even in terms of clinical, in terms of nursing, in terms of care, just even of where is that. I appreciate the hospital that you have started having the places that you can use for wheelchair. Good for the wheelchair, but what of those children? The physical is well taken care of. What of that child with the ADHD? So those are some of the. So at least we have at least the hospital has managed to have gotten at least a speech therapy. This can be about to have speech therapy because most of them we have an occupation department which help us therapists. But when it comes on how the relationship of there's a very we are not anywhere near in terms or because of not being able to understand those students. Even in terms of surgical time, even when they are in it's also an issue because a child may be having a micronic seizure, they're thinking that it's fighting a what? A tube. So that's the thing. And when a mother tells me, I think this child is getting a seizure because he has been with that child for over the longest period. You have just seen that for 1 hour or two. Please, let's try to listen. And those are some of the many needs.
Mimi yangu nikichangia wewe nimesikia akisema about like wafungwa wenye mkongo wako huku mimi atakuja like someone come on visit inakuwa painful as a refugee about something similar kama hiyo mtu maybe amekuja ana familia na mtu akuja kumuona so akikuja hospitali ile food yenye atapata hospitali ni hiyo tu mpaka penye atatoka. So to me always kishenye huwa naambia watu to preach something naitanga upendo. Because when you love someone or you share hata hiyo hospitali huwezi muongelesha vibaya. Because sometimes tunakutanga refugees wakikuja kama hospitali maybe ni language ama ni nini nakwambia sometimes kama anakuja naongeleshwa vibaya maybe hata hana mtu wa kumtembelea unafikiria huruma na wewe unakuja hospitali kila siku na tunafaa kwenda hospitali zingine na kwenda huko kwa ground. So to me ningeomba tu madaktari nurses wale watu wenye wanapeana huduma ya afya kwa yao ndio tunakimbilia wakati yenye afya yetu ni pingiza kidogo patient na sisi try to understand us we are human being like you. Hata singesema mimi ni refugee washinge wajuaji na nichanga mimi ni Mkenya so at least mkwe tu patient na kama itawezekana ninge request Kenyatta National Hospital kama wanasema something special to them na watu wenye hawananga watu wa kuwatembelea mkwe mnafanya something at least hata kama ni once na month ama ina weekend hata wao wanakiri wakiwa wako na upenda mawaporao.
Something I forgot to mention on our bills amendment. Yes, inmates when they are admitted in the hospital for whatever medication or whatever medical attention, the government actually pays for everything. So for us here, like for me, it is me now. I rather ask to us on behalf of the Commissioner General of Prisons to sign the bills and those kind of things so that they are discharged. So yes, the bills are there and they are paid by the government. Thank you.
I'm hearing knowledge gap concerning all these patient groups on how we can promote patient care. But I'm also hearing communication. Did anybody hear that? And today we have learned one of the most difficult, but one of the most important systems to just hear from your to meet the need the person as we do that as we go forward. Thank you, Joe. I've got a talking about access to care. Yes, there are wheelchairs, but how about the structural infrastructure around promoting other populations to have access to care? I think that is something that is worth noting for us and going forward, planning and coming up with strategies around it. Allow me mention one group that is, I said we will reward children, and we will definitely, by God's grace, end up in this population, the elderly. Now, I am not sure any of you is a specialist in this question, but any one of you can respond to. Majority of the elderly population in this country have limited or no pension. That's where we are heading, God willing. Now, what mechanism do you think we have in place? I said you think, because I don't think any of you specifically deals with them, but you have something that you can recommend that we put in place to cushion them from what is now coming up as exorbitant spending on health. And it's becoming exorbitant because their capacity to finance healthcare is limited, and that is the time NHIF says, what can we do? What can you recommend? I see Joanne. Okay, we start with Sergeant. I can't do this because you are.
I'm ended there. So, and it's my concern. Yeah. These people who we are calling the elderly, they are the people who have built this country. They have built Kenyatta. They have built this country. So I would, and of course Kenyatta, you know, Kenyatta is not doing what they are doing today because they are doing this because obviously Kenyatta is a special facility in Africa. So I think there is nothing wrong with this special facility of ours, thinking about maybe a way they can handle especially the elderly. The elderly, times I even also get concerned when I see them, maybe ni baba na mama wanatembezana huku and they have to queue in. I don't know whether, sorry, I've not, but I wish that something can be done about the elderly so that they don't have to queue like every other person's queues. We can even have their own section, like we have a section for the children. So that is my feeling. And then issues NHIF needs to really be emphasized, because I think with proper remittance to NHIF, more is being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. It's the same way. Maybe I'm heading to that. The very important thing is to do is our constitution also covers us for the elderly, that even where you are working, the elderly, the very elderly should be the first priority, the disabled should be the first priority to be seen, even in where we have units to be seen. And then in terms of health, we should encourage, and I hope we could have had somebody from NHIF, even in terms of creating awareness on registration and getting the NHIF card for everyone. And as the same as I've been doing, for instance, for the children, for parents with children, because most of the children, my parents with children especially, may not be having a card. But we emphasize them that in every talk that we are doing, that we emphasize that they should have an NHIF card, the remit, whatever much little that is able, so that they can be able to cater for their children, because most of those children need a lot of care. That is a part of care. And the initial alone, we had the National Council of Persons with Disability and the Social Protection. It's a government entity used to register anybody who is over 70 years and above. They should do for them for the NHIF card and for the remittance of 2,000 shillings per month. Of it, it has been a little bit of challenge, but those who register as well, their NHIF is registered. And even for us who have children with special needs who are registered by the National Council of Persons with Disability, most of them at 10 were registered for a free NHIF that is covered by the government. So some of us are government, have been a beneficiary of the government sponsorship.
And even our elderly parents, some of them have under the covers of that, which the social protection, which they'll be having a conference next week. We'll be talking in terms of that protection of the elderly and persons with disability, on how best we can do for them in terms of their protection, in terms of care, in terms of the challenges that that happens in our social, especially when it comes to abuse. We have a lot of abuse to the elderly, where our persons, be it young and old, we have having those challenges. So those are some of the things that we'll be addressing in the next week conference of the in terms of the protection and the social protection. Okay.
Mi kuhusu watu wazee, ningependa wapewe first priority. Hata ukienda kwa bank, nipeane hiyo mfano, hakuna mzee mwenye anakwenda kwa queue. Akiingia tu soja direct, mpaka pale mbele. So ningetaka hata wakikuja kusihi matibabu, tuwe tunawapea hiyo first priority. Wao ndio wazazi wetu, wao ndio wametulea, wao ndio wamelea hii nchi yenye tuko. Kama si wao hatungekuwa hapa. Hata hii maendeleo yote ilianza na wao. Na kitu kingine ningetaka kuomba, ikiwezekana, NHIF isikuwe na limit kwa watu wazee. Kitu yenye nafanya niseme hivyo, unakutanga kama kuna mtu hapa kwa discussion alisema, unaenda unafanyiwa kama tuseme for example, MRI. Ukirudi wanakuambia, hiyo haitafanya. So unakutanga wazee, akifika kama hapa ametumwa kama CT scan, anaambiwa unafaa urudi ufanyiwe tena hii, anaambiwa uko na limit haiwezi. Jamani, tufikirie huyo mtu atatoa wapi pesa? Sasa unakuta kwa familia, kwa jamii, tunaanza kuwatenga. Hata tukiwa watoto wao, tunaanza kuona huyu hata amebakisha miaka kidogo niondokee, hakuna haja. So ninge request ikiwezekana NHIF at least kiwa watoto tutaweza kuwalipia hiyo NHIF per monthly. To request wapewe ni kama discount. Zao zisikuwe na limit. Ningetaka kuomba.
Thank you so much. I think you have shed a lot of light. I've seen centers of excellence emerge in this institution, and I hear an emerging center of excellence in geriatrics and any other specialization that you may identify. Not that this is a referral hospital for geriatrics, but the people with the most burden of disease because of their age. So that's an area for us to think about. Now let's talk about policies. No. I need to talk about street families. Let's do some justice. Because in this institution, in KNH, when the street family arrive at our accident and emergency department, I think they have a good experience. I am not sure we will report that we have a good experience with them, but I'm happy to report that they receive their care. What do you think we are doing? Something, or who wants to speak? Because you're from within. I call Joan consultant. She's indeed a consultant in her area of specialization, and I respect you for that. Talk about the homeless street family.
Thank you, my senior. Actually, we really take care of our street families. And we really take care of them, even from the casualty and even the wards. And actually, the hospital has got a policy even on how the bills are being cleared. They are being taken care of. And even sometimes, because sometimes we may be having some challenges, like when because of some medication. And for instance, I've said that I'm a respiratory nurse. When it comes to challenges of breathing, I think so many we really need oxygen concentrator. But if I give you an oxygen concentrator, where will you go with it? Huh? I have several in the world. Where will they go with it? And the street, it needs power. So those are some of the challenges that we have. But we are trying to keep them. And then the other things that we have is that in terms of breathing, we do a lot of breathing in terms of care and in terms of medicine delivery, because sometimes they are not have a respiratory effort. So sometimes we try to work out with some pharmaceuticals who can help even to
be able to donate some of these things to help them to be able to be able to live, be able to take care of themselves. We have them, we take care of, they are taken care of in the hospital, they are discharged, but there are some who are still not because they cannot have oxygen concentrator to go home. Because even if you get, where are they going to? And that's now, in terms of what you are talking about policies, we need to where we can have street families with their given homes, where like those who are sick that can be given like a sick bay. You see in prison there is a sick bay. So in terms of our street families that really need to, because we cannot, we have to live with them because they're still in our hospital, that is their home. Where can we put them? That is some terms of policies that even our county needs to work on it, because so that we can be able even to decongest and so that another person can get that oxygen point to be served to somebody else. So in terms of policies, it's a key area in terms of the families. And also the other thing that I wanted to talk about, I think I have so much that I can speak about, is that when we come to in terms of drug medication delivery, I know I can see some pharmacists around here. I can see senior health workers here around in terms of medication delivery to patient needs. So how do we deliver our medication apart from those who can be able to swallow? There are them that cannot be able to swallow. When it comes to in terms of inhaler technique, inhalers, because when you have a child with a challenge, it's capable to get any condition, isn't it? It can have a heart condition, it can have an asthma, it can have even a cancer or anything. So how do we manage them? Sometimes we forget that they are normal persons. Sometimes we forget that they are normal men and women as we are. So that's some of those things that we need to come allowed as in patient centered on how we can be able to focus, so that we can be able to have those families to soldier on, because it's a real burden, it's a real task, it's heavy because of the issues that are going through with those special kids. Thank you.
Yeah, the fact that you're talking about this special population and vulnerable group is really a step in the right direction. So we'll keep the conversations going. I would look forward to another time when we can be allowed to have the NHIS, the major healthcare financial organizations, tell us more about what is it they can do to meet these needs that are not at this moment. So we have 5 minutes for all of us, and we have a lot of experiences we can share, but I would like us to give a parting shot on what is it you want us to take home concerning the special population that you represent, but also if there is a policy you would recommend within that time, that is also good.
For me, like I said, I have more to appreciate and to complain about. I'm tempted to compare this activity, this symposium with something that happened in the year 2007 when we were talking about Public Service Week. And the theme I remember was, if you are not happy the way you are being served at that level, then insist in going to the next level. And I am sincerely appreciative of what Kenyatta National Hospital and the other partners have setting up this, because this is a step in the right direction. I'm sure even the negotiations, like for me that and my colleagues that we've been doing on behalf of our clients, then this is like telling us, come and share more with us. You have room. You know, there is nothing like when a service provider tells you or leans to you or gives you leans to you or gives you a shoulder to lean on. I think this is wonderful for us as the prisons department, and we sincerely appreciate. We will even also make it better for us from our side.
Parting shot, I appreciate KNH. I'm who I am because of KNH.
And that is why I give the service that I give, because I know where I've come from. I stand to say, as a parting shot, that embrace those parents. Embrace them, help them to be able to, because what I would say is that when you have a child with a special needs, the demands are more than for a normal child. You need to, because there's a lot of stigma, there's a social implication that comes with it, including health-wise and including socially, economically. We need to embrace. The other thing is that I think we should come up with something that we call about human rights in disability. There is the constitution that comes and speaks about what should use. We should never call anybody handicapped. Nobody is handicapped. So, what we call them is that they are able differently. They are able differently. So there are some words that you can put on those parents, and they can be a legal implication to some of us. So we need to understand what does the human rights constitution for the disabled, what does it say in the different categories? What does it say in terms of health? What does it say in terms of education? What does it say in terms of the things that they need? We need to understand that, and also to understand that we need to come up with a way on how we need to studying how we can do about the issue of more training in terms of mental disorders, because it's part of in nothing just in terms of mental health, but when it comes to terms of real nothing, real care, real communication, I think we should come up with something that we can have to promote, that they can be feel their embraced, their loved. As Petronia said, that it's not because by what the condition that we are, or the disability that we are, or the challenge that we are, we have our needs.
Ningependa sana kushukuru Kenyatta National Hospital again. Na ile naweza sema ni msaada yenye wanafanya kwa kujitolea, na pia ningependa kuwahimiza refugees na ningependa kurequest yenye inatoka LCCK inakuwa kidogo sana. Siwezi simamia refugees wote wenye wako na kabla wasaidike wenye wanasaidika lazima wapewe na documents naitanga urban refugees. So kama hauna hizo documents, saa zingine LCCK keep in to pay inakuwa ngumu. So nakuta wenye wamefanya sana kama accident nikipeana for example kama wao wenye wanafanya na motorbike, most of the time hawana documents, wao wanaitwa huko Kenyatta. So to clear the bill inakuwa a challenge to them. Inakuwa a challenge to us. So sometimes watu tunapata simu tunaambiwa tuko na mtu wenu hapa na bill iko so high. Zile sheria zetu tunakuanga nazo kwetu, lazima huyo mtu akue na documents za urban refugees. Toka hana kuta hiyo ina jamii. Ndio huwa tunachanga tukiwa host na pia refugees, but most of the time unakuta hatuwezi clear hiyo bill. So ningependa niomba kufikiria hiyo maneno, the way kuko na wale wenye mnaonanga wako vulnerable na ni host wakatia maybe, ama wengine sometimes mnawaset free wanaenda, mkwe mnastudy a case by a case. Ndio sisi hata sisi tuweze faidika. Na ninawashukuru tena because what I know, a refugee ana prefer to come to Kenyatta National Hospital bila hata kama hajafika wapi the center. Pia hiyo watu tunapotania, unakuta alikuwa na homa, hata hana assistance hata hana kitu ya kulipa, basi anakimbilia wapi? Kenyatta. Hiyo ningeshukuru sana, huwa mnawashughulikia hata kama wanakwamba wameruka stages zingine, but thanks a lot kwa kuwasaidia.
panelists. We have learned so much. For Joan, the population that is able differently, we now will know how to refer to them as we go along. And we are now more aware that it is not just physical, there are other aspects of it. And for the senior sergeant, yes, we will continue to collaborate. I hope my colleagues, you have heard, can we be the next of kin to the kinless? For the season, they are kinless. We have the hospital chaplaincy department that also unit that also mobilizes such kind of kinship with us to those who may not have. So I think that's an area we can explore. How do we collaborate for them? And of course, for the special populations, the immigrants, and our street families, appreciate the collaboration between the organizations and the hospital. That we endeavor to go in that direction. It is about teamwork. We work together and hopefully we. So I think we are all more empowered to now provide patient-centered care for all our special populations and vulnerable populations. Let's go and do what you have learned. If you forget many things, to listen with your heart. Thank you.
Asante sana wanajopo wetu kwa kikao hicho na kwa mazungumzo hayo. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya nafasi hii. Tunaelekea kufika tamati kwenye kongamano hili, lakini kabla ya wanajopo wetu kuketi, ninafahamishwa kwamba kuna zawadi yao, lakini kabla tuwape zawadi hii yao ambayo imewekwa kwenye kikapu hicho, ningependa tuwape zawadi nyingine kutoka kule mashambani. Shambani kule kuna maua mengi hayo na kichakani, na mnayajua na mnajua urembo. Mkimuona dada Kagema hapa, mtaona kwamba hata yeye anafurahia mapambo kama yale. Kwenye kichwa chake amevaa pambo ambalo ni kama ua, sivyo? Kwa hivyo hilo pambo ndilo tungependa kwenda kichakani tumletee lile pambo halisi kutoka kwa mioyo yetu, sio? Ili tuwape wanajopo hawa. Kwa hivyo nataka tutembee wale watu wa mashariki ya mbali kule. Kwani kunaweza kuwa hakuna maua, lakini zuru kwetu kuna maua. So tuende kwenye mashamba. Nataka tutembee kwenye mikono yetu na kwa mawazo. Situne kwa haraka tafadhali. Situne kama majani chai tafadhali. Maua ni ya kutunzwa, sivyo? Na urembo wake. Kwa hivyo tunatunza urembo wa maua na tuna kwa taratibu yake na kwa harufu yake na kwa urembo na kikapu wachapia moja, sio? Kwa hivyo tuendelee kuonyesha kutoa magari. Kuna ndio kuna maua mengi wacha maua, sivyo? Sasa yaweke taratibu, yaweke kwenye kikapu, alafu yachapia moja funika. Asante sana wanajopo wetu. Nitasimama pale mpokee zawadi, na wanapopokea zawadi ningependa vile vile kumkaribisha hapa. Zawadi zitapeanwa pale, sivyo? Na picha itanaswa pale kwa Madam Kagema. Hakikisha kwamba umepigwa upande wenye ua, sawa? Sawa. Sasa kwa dakika chache ambazo zimesalia, ningependa nimwalike hapa Daktari Ngondu ili aweze kutupatia neno la shukrani ama vote of thanks. Na akitamatisha atamuita Bwana Paul Ndongo ambaye atatueleza jinsi ya kuendelea mbele kutoka hapa, Russia and the way forward. Unaweza kusimama hapa sasa kwa sababu unataka mahali pa kuendelea. So Bwana Ndongo atakuja hapa atupatie neno la shukrani ama vote of thanks. Alafu nimepewa nafasi ya kurejea hapa kusema neno la maombi na kutamatisha kongamano hili. Kwa hivyo tutafanya hivyo. Na Dr. Karungi, habari ndio.
I'd like to, before we go to the vote of thanks, which will be done by my colleague Paul Ndumo, I'd just like to go through a few take-home messages that we've gotten today. First one is to always get feedback from our patients and their relatives. That was in the morning session and it was emphasized. And I like the way NPSHA is doing their net promoter score. That's something that we could learn from. The other thing is that patient narrative is a powerful tool. And I think that was emphasized by Dr. Modia, the key the thing that came after that, who narrated experiences when we had a final discussion on shared decision making. So thank you very much for showing us how powerful that tool is. And it's something that we need to invest in as an institution. Support groups, this has been talked about by every panelist. We need to develop support groups that address all aspects of the patient being a human being, not just by the disease, but all the functions, physiological, psychological, and that we have, the conversations that we need to have openly with them. From the panel on training and practice, one thing they talked about is modeling behavior. As seniors, as people who've been in the field, we are training and we are passing on skills, what was referred to as affective skills that cannot be measured, that cannot be taught in class, but they are learning from our behavior. And therefore, we need to role model good behavior. Despite the generational gap, we still need to role model that good behavior and reduce the what is termed as toxic work environment. The other thing was on spiritual support, which is part of what we do and what we prescribe to the patient, not just the care, but the cure that was referred to by Reverend Dweka, and we appreciate that. And two last things, culture, which was talked about and discussed from the top, the board and the senior management level, and it trickles down to every staff member. So culture is dictated at the top, and therefore we need to change the way we do things in our institutions. We need to develop good behavior, good habits that can trickle down to every staff member. And patient-centered care will learn to start. It is not something that will be implemented down here. It is not adopted at the top. If it is not featuring our policies at the global level, national level, all our strategic documents, then it is very difficult to expect it to be implemented down at the frontline level. And the last thing are some of the things that we picked from the last panel about innovation. They've given us very simple ways in which we start. And one simple thing they talked about is innovation for the elderly. Have a space allocated or a counter allocated to fast track and to serve this special population. It's a low-hanging fruit, which I think we could see how to start on. And the other thing that has been emphasized on is on training mental disorders and identifying patients with special needs early enough and engaging the guardians in the management. So thank you very much. I'd like to call Paul, and as I call him, I'd like to repeat the words of Thomas Odongo that we had in the morning, that we need to hear with our ears and listen with our hearts. So thank you very much.
Let's give Dr. Kalando a good clap. I know our shoulders are down, and therefore it won't take much of your time. Mine is just short to give a vote of thanks. I want to start saying thank you to our Heavenly Father for giving us this beautiful day for us to be here. So wonderful, the weather was good. The sun was bright. So very good day for us. I also want to thank the hospital management, starting with the board. She was supposed to open for us, the CEO and the senior director, plus all the other hospital management. They supported us. They even gave us permission to have some of you. They nominated you. We want to thank the organizing committee. We can't forget the team from healthcare quality, together with the team from research. They have really supported us, as in Mr. Mwenda and Mr. Emmanuel, even with us to protect it, for it to be live. We can't forget the marketing team, who have also been with us the whole of this day. The other people, we can't forget the keynote speaker, Dr. Muhudia, for opening this day and giving us very wise words that will keep us moving forward. All the other departments that supported us, including chaplaincy, opening the prayer, catering department, tumepata kachai, even right now we'll get some running. Security department for keeping the ground safe, ensuring that parking was granted, even for our visitors who are coming from outside. There were many, and that is why we have taken this all this time. We can't forget their wonderful time, their encouraging words, knowledge, their impact on us. We can't take that one for granted. Even coming from an institution where some of them are in senior positions and getting the time to come to be with us, we can't forget and take that one for granted. We can't also forget our MC. They coordinated the event quite well. We thank you for that. We also want to honor all the organizations which were represented. More than 30 organizations were here. We mentioned some of them in the morning. I think the ones we didn't mention, probably they can just wave at us. They came later. More than 30 organizations. Some were online, others were physical. That is great. We can't forget even the special organizations that we haven't worked on a day-to-day basis, like DOD, Kenya Prisons. The rest, I think we work with them. But we can't also forget people who come from far, like Kijabe, Emurwadikil. They took their time. The time was wrong, but they still sacrificed to be here. So we can't forget that. All the other people, sisi wote, tuseme, asanteni sana. And even those who are online, 600 online throughout the day. So we can't forget even the diaspora community who are online. And I think with that, I want to close it there and ask for a prayer as we depart for that.
Shukran nyingi tena. Niko hapa sasa, sio kama MC. Sasa hapa kufanya mambo ya spiritual. Want to take care of your spiritual need, which is a prayer. Amen. Naweza jaribu kuongea Kiingereza lakini mara nyingine kinanisumbua, but I sometimes attempt. Allow me to read this verse from the Bible, which I think goes alongside. Standards, I am told you requested for 3 to almost 5 minutes. So 1 minute, yeah, or two at most. Yeah, they have been reduced. So my generosity kindly has been revoked. Come here for 1 or 2 minutes. And as I say that, I'm expecting that someone is already standing with me here in that regard. Kindly, if it seems not ready, I will move on to do the prayer. Okay, fine. I wanted to read Colossians chapter 3, verse 23. I will read in good English and Swahili, then make a prayer. The Bible says, whatever you do, act it with all your heart, as working for the Lord not for human masters. Swahili nasema lolote mfanyalo fanyeni kwa moyo kama watu wanaomtumikia Bwana Mungu na si wanadamu. Tuombe. Wetu na Mungu wetu, wewe uliye mkuu sana, muumba wa vitu vyote vinavyoonekana na visivyoonekana, kwako tunatoa shukurani tele kwa sababu ya ukarimu wako na wingi wa rehema zako kwenye maisha yetu. Umetujalia nafasi hii, muda huu na msimu huu, kuwa hai na kuwa pamoja. Na tukiwa pamoja basi tumetambua kwamba jukumu kuu ambalo umelitwika kwenye mioyo yetu na kwenye mabega yetu, tukiwa wafanyikazi katika vitengo mbalimbali na idara mbalimbali, ili kusaidia kupunguza makali ya machungu na maumivu ya magonjwa kwa watu wetu ambao huja kwetu kwa sababu ya kupokea huduma za aina hiyo. Wewe ambaye umetupatia miti, umetupatia madini, umetupatia maji, umetupatia rasilimali za kutosha kuzitambua na kuvumbua na kufanya utafiti, hatimaye kutengeneza madini haya yakawa madawa ya matumizi ya kuleta manufaa na uponyaji kwa miili yetu. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya elimu na ufahamu huo, na tunaomba kwamba tunapozidi katika utoaji wa huduma zetu, kama vile ambavyo tumeketi kwenye kongamano hili, tumejifunza mengi na tumeweza kutambua mengi na tunatafakari mengi. Tunaomba ya kwamba hata tunapoondoka hapa, kila mmoja wetu katika moyo wake atapata nafasi ya kuwa na kikao, kujihoji, kutathmini na kuweza kujua hali ya utendaji kazi wake, ili kama jinsi ambavyo umetushauri katika neno, kila jambo tunalolifanya tulifanya ni kana kwamba tunakutumikia wewe, lakini sio wanadamu. Sasa hivi tunapoondoka hapa, tunaomba utupatie kipindi kizuri na muda mzuri tunapoenda kupokea chakula ambacho kimetolewa kwa ajili yetu, tunaposafiri kwenye magari yetu, tunaporudi kujumuika na kujiunga na jamii zetu na watu wetu, na rudi mambo yetu yote, maisha yetu, miradi yetu, mambo ambayo tunayatarajia kuyafanya, tupe afya njema ili tuweze kutoa mchango wetu wa kuhudumia wale walio na matatizo ya kiafya miongoni mwetu. Tusaidie, kutuwezeshe katika kulenga na kuwafikia na azma yetu kama jamii ya watu walio pamoja. Tunakushukuru sana na tunazidi kukuomba pia kwa sababu ya nchi yetu. Tupe amani na utulivu. Tusaidie kuweza kushughulikia mambo mengi ambayo yanasonga jamii yetu. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya mvua ambayo umetupatia. Tunazidi kuomba kwamba itatosha kuleta chakula kwetu, na tunaomba isije ikaleta hali yoyote ambayo ya uharibifu na taharuki miongoni mwa wananchi. Tusaidie kwa pamoja kama taifa na kama jumuiya wa watu wenye wanaoishi duniani, kwa pamoja tujiunge tuweze kuendeleza maisha yetu na kuleta manufaa. Na kuomba ombi hili kwa imani katika jina la Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Aseme, now may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen. Food is high. Enjoy your evening. God bless you. Thank you.